Avatar's back. Let's play some Ultima. Let's play some Ultima. Alright, where I last left off, I'd solved the problems of the crew of the Enterprise, who had found themselves living at Serpent's Hold. Somebody had defaced the statue of Lord British, and I solved that dire murder, or that dire mystery, I should say. Got a whole whack load of magical equipment and whatnot last stream, so we're all glowing like crazy. So much stuff, I'm not really quite sure what to do with it all, so I spent a little bit of time off stream organizing my gold, my massive stores of gold and equipment. All of my glowing pieces of equipment there, stored on my ship. So, leave that there for now. We've arrived at New Magentia, which is the next part of the story that I've decided to take on. We reached a dead end with Elizabeth and Abraham. We chased them all the way to Buccaneer's Den, but could not find them. So I decided to take up the quest for the Wisps again. And they told me to go to New Magentia and talk to a guy named, what was his name? Algener, and get his notebook and bring it back to the Wisps. So that's what we're here doing. New Magentia, the town of humility. The most useless of virtues. I just arrived, so I guess we'll take a look at the clue book first. Before I go walking into stores. Get that timer on too. All right. New Magentia, page 16. New Magentia, narrated by Russell. The first thing thou wilt notice about New Magentia is how much room we all have on the island. There are so few residents here that everyone can enjoy the freedom of the open plains. This may sound trivial to thee, but from the shipwright, the open plain is the best thing to remind one of the open sea. That is something I see less now that I build ships instead of sailing them. So this is the shipwright, whose building I was about to run into there. Then again, our remoteness is not always a good thing, for we rarely see visitors. In fact, thou art the first in quite some time, and I would expect even thy return has stirred up talk at Boris and Magentas. I guess that's the tavern, perhaps. Boris and Magentas. Newcomers to New Magentia always have that effect. Thou mayest wish to patronize their tavern when I have finished answering thy questions. With luck, thou canst explain this information-gathering affair to them before the rumors start flying. As for exciting events on the island, I fear I must disappoint thee. The most interesting recent event is more gossip than fact, but I will tell thee regardless. It seems that Henry has taken a fancy to Constance, the water carrier. Now a merchant may have something to offer a pretty young thing, but a small-time peddler like Henry has barely the means to feed himself, let alone another. This news I learned from Katrina. Ah, Katrina, one of our old party members, one of the main members of the Fellowship of the Avatar, who has I've learned from Katrina, who has shared Henry's friendship since they were children. Since they were children. Katrina's lived for hundreds of years, so I guess Henry has as well. She told me she gave him a locket which he hopes to catch the eye of his sweetheart. Personally, I think a few flowers from Sam would do just as well, and would not cost Katrina her locket, but she has a good heart and was willing to part with it for such a romantic cause. Yes, yes, nothing more than fence talk, but I warned thee there was not much to tell. Who's this? I guess this is me talking to Anton, perhaps. Anton, what does he have to say? Whilst in New Magencia, forget not to visit Algener, considered the wisest man in Britannia. With no intent to boast, I tell thee he is my mentor. Without his insight, this work would have never been conceived. So, Algener is Anton's mentor. Alright, where's the shipwright? 5. So this is where we docked in. Right beneath us is Algener's. That's pretty fortuitous. Flower shop way on the south end of town. Town hall in the middle. And the modest damsel. Boris and Magenta's place. I'm guessing, right there. Better dock right there. But that's okay, this will work fine. That parked me by Algener. Okay. Now, if Katrina's on this island and is willing to become a party member, I might have to kick somebody else out from the group. Nobody home? What's this? By proclamation of Lord British, this is an official document denoting ownership. Da-da-da-da-da. Probably for the butt boat. I can probably buy the butt boat over at the dock. Tempting. Do have a lot of money to spend. Hey, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. Perchance, what up? How's it going? Algener. An alchemist of sorts. Algener's Book of Marvelous and Astonishing Things. A compiled volume of items of interest of both magical and mundane by Algener himself. In this volume, compiled for easy reference, there are some of the many fascinating constructions I have found during my researches. These items range from interesting uses from mundane items to fascinating miscarriages of magic. Please read and enjoy the varied realm of my Britannia. Oh, he actually has some knowledge in here. Potions, a historical point of interest from the last several hundred years. Circa 207, there was a rather infamous case of a resourceful peeping Tom. One may ask what this has to do with potions, but the publicity generated from this trial about the use of and misuse of magical potions of X-ray vision encouraged all honorable mages and alchemists to cease making the amazing potions. No more X-ray potions in Britannia. And as these potions fell into disuse, the affection of calling them white potions also slowly ceased, and a lesser-known concoction, which ironically is appreciably more white than the original X-ray potion I was able to view. See Algener's Index of Treasures entry 15 for more information. That of common illumination became its replacement. That's the usual white potion. It's just a light spell. Flying carpets, a reoccurring magic. As many of you undoubtedly know, the flying carpet was essential to the Avatar in his legendary quest to save Lord British from the 3 Shadow Lords. That was Ultima V. However, few people realize that this fascinating piece of lore has been rediscovered, and according to my sources, hidden just inside the dungeon Destard. Or is it Despise? I always get those mixed up. Note, look this up before publication. Well, Destard, I'll have to take a look at my map. I can't remember where Despise is. This amazing carpet would fly over the water and swamps with no adverse effects, a marvelous tool for the common adventurer and essential for the Avatar. An interesting side note, according to an ancient tome, the carpet was actually believed a failure by its creator for its inability to rise more than a few inches off the ground. Only a few inches off the ground, so no flying over forests. Wands, a trio of terrible weaponry. The 3 identified varieties of magical wand all seem to have been made for the express purpose of changing the combat-weak spellcaster into a killing machine. And for those with the ability to keep them from wearing out, no small feat of magic, mind you, but simple for anyone capable of crafting the wand in the first place, they are perhaps the most formidable weapons of their size. Fire wand. This wand fires a bolt of flaming death. According to all known texts, the subject, the carnage was called amazing. Yes, a party-killing machine. So I was getting my guys paralyzed when I had Janna on the lightning wand. The effects of the bolt of lightning as it bursts forth from the wand is devastating, as its counterpart, the fire wand. However, according to one of its proponents, the corpses look and smell much less offensive. Oh. Good to know. I think I'd rather use a fire wand. Magician's wand, that's what I have equipped on Janna at the moment. While only slightly more lethal than the typical bow, this wand is rendered quite effective due to 2 interesting facets. Its damage is of a most magical nature and more than quite powerful against monsters likely to hassle a mage, and it never runs out of charges. If thou art interested in power and duration, this is the wand for thee. Interesting. Well, I have had it on her for a while, and it didn't break. I wonder if the attack value is in my weapons book. Silver Serpent Venom, Mage's Dream, Youth's Bane. Once upon a time, the ability to gather this reagent was heralded as the beginning of a new era of magistry. It was the epitome of high wizardry, but alas, as frequently happens, the promise paid but little. While direct doses of this reagents would give a boost to strength, the permanent damage done to the body far outweighs any temporary advantage. Unfortunately, these adverse effects tend to carry over to the spell casts using this reagent. Silver Serpent Venom's a reagent? Before his illness, Gorok Almat, a mage of the high mountains, was experimenting with the venom in conjunction with spider silk and giant bee pollen. His hope was to bind the qualities into an effective casting reagent for divination, but his work is now lost forever. The Hoe of Destruction. Accidental Glory. One of the most recent magical items created, This once ordinary hoe dates back to only a few years ago when one of the first mages, a bush mage of no real merit, to succumb to illness that now plagues all mages, was asked to both repair a broken hoe for a local farmer and enchant a sword for a warrior. Unfortunately, his perhaps never to be repeated enchantment has made this hoe one of the better melee weapons around today. This hoe can be distinguished by its distinctive red glowing head. Be wary if thou dost ever face it. The lethal hoe of destruction, which is on Julia. Though I have it on her belt at the moment, I put a lightning whip on her, which I haven't used yet. I'm kind of curious how the lightning whip does. Items below this point need more research before publication. Fire Doom staff. Lethality personified. This staff, which hurls exploding fireballs that actually seek out a target, is perhaps the most lethal of all magical weapons created in the era of human gargoyle cooperation. But as with most of the more powerful magic weapons, its limited lifespan means that it may fail thee at the worst of times. The Great Dagger. A great idea, but shy of a wonder. This dagger, we have this on Spark. This is a pretty awesome weapon. This dagger is perhaps one of the more ingeniously economical items ever produced. It appears to be not more than an ordinary dagger, save for a large red stone for a pommel. However, when one strikes with it, it is magically transformed into a two-handed sword. It hides well and is light on the belt, but no more dangerous than that of an ordinary two-handed sword, which, of course, is in no way feeble. Glass swords, a historical legacy of death. These single-use swords will almost always kill any creature with a single blow, but they are seldom useful for a second opponent. Geez, this really lets us know everything. This is kind of a good book, actually. Starburst, Clouds of Flying Death. I lost all of my starbursts when I got thrown into jail in you oh so long ago. Originally designed as a small transportable weapon, this magically laminated throwing star bursts into a cloud of similar stars upon contact with its target. Although not terribly devastating, it is the tiny size that makes it such an effective defense. Small size also makes it a valuable backup missile weapon for many can be carried together. Burst arrows. Haven't come across these. Area effect arrows. Explodes into 1,000 flying shards of death. Magic boomerangs. I have one of those. A venom dagger, the assassin's tool. Shimmering green dagger is actually the enchanted tooth of a poisonous sea serpent, joined to the hilt of a regular dagger. Its envenomed blade injects a slow poison into its victim, but it frequently breaks. It is the perfect assassination weapon. See Algener's History Assassination of Baron Johann IV. Page 54. Stone Harpy. The Stone Harpy is a creation of the twisted mind of the magus and paranoid lord of Spectren. It is reputed to be magically triggered by the approaching close approach. By the approaching close approach of any creature. Alright, let's talk to this guy. It's getting late. It's spending too long reading his book. Looks like a jolly fella. You see a large man with an almost cunning, erudite aura about him. What's your name? The sage smiles and nods his head. My name is Algner. Algner, and who art thou? I'm the Avatar. Algner's eyes widen. By the skies above, I do recognize thee. This is quite an honor. What may I do for thee? I'm here for your notebook. It is hidden in a safe place, along with mine other treasured sources of knowledge. Algener listens as you tell him you would like to borrow the notebook. since thou art an honourable quest. I suppose I might allow thee to borrow it, if thou dost give me thy word that thou wilt return it, and if thou dost offer proof of thy eagerness to learn the true knowledge of the world. Sure, I'll learn the true knowledge of the world. Very well, dost thou know the answers to the questions of life and death? No. No, of course thou dost not. Only those souls who have passed from this life know these things. Seek out the spirit of the tortured one. Ask him what the answers are to the questions of life and death. When thou dost return with the correct answer, I will believe that thou art sincere in thy quest for knowledge. Only then will I allow thee to borrow the notebook. Who the hell's the tortured one? And where do I find him? Alas, he is a poor soul who is doomed to haunt his abode throughout eternity. And his abode is... Seek him out in Skara Brae, but be careful, it is a dangerous place. It should also advise thee that thou must use seance spells to speak with anyone on that island. They are all undead. All undead. Yes, tragedy befell Skara Brae. I'm not sure what happened to the place, but I remember I had heard in one of the taverns that Skara Brae wasn't doing so well. What can you tell me about the wisps? They are unusually aloof creatures of another dimension. Thou wilt think that they are thy friends, but they could very well be spying on thee for someone else. They have no loyalties to good or evil. All they care about is the acquisition of information. How they acquire it is sometimes honorable, sometimes not. And what do you do around here? My profession, rather my destiny, is to learn and know all things. I came to New Magentia to build my workshop and do so. New Magentia, the sage sighs. I left the Britannian mainland to come to relative peace and quiet of New Magentia. I'm content here because it's isolated and free from the filth and corruption going on in Britannia. Not many see it. Corruption. The Britannian people are becoming careless and lazy. They do not seek true knowledge. They do not respect their land. They do not respect each other. The resources of our land are being wasted. Miners are experimenting with dangerous reagents. That's the silver serpent venom. There's an evil in the land, and I am not so sure that it is in the people themselves. True knowledge. True knowledge is the only way to complete fulfillment. Evil. Thou hast heard of the Fellowship by now, I'm sure. They are cunning and two-faced. I am working on obtaining proof of this. Why do you suspect them? Thou dost suspect the Fellowship of foul deeds? Well then, thou art perceptive indeed. Perhaps we are working towards the same goal. Do you have any proof? I'm documenting this information in my notebook. It's all contained within the notebook. All right, tell me about the workshop. This is my workshop. I peruse my books and papers here. Occasionally I invent things such as this crystal ball. It is a device for recording. If I forget a procedure or step in an experiment, I may look into the crystal ball and see yesterday's events. Please feel free to use it. Thou wilt see what I was doing yesterday. Learn. I don't know if I want to see what he's been up to yesterday. Very well. Dost thou know the answers to the questions of life and death? No. May thy journeys be profitable. So he was up to nothing. Shows nothing. So Algerner wants us to go to Skara Brae. What kind of building is this? Huh. Big ass building with a mysterious switch. Bet you this is probably where he's keeping his notebook. Definitely a pretty quiet place. Who do we got here? The man before you examines you with shifty eyes. He has a slightly crouched posture, as if constantly poised to strike out at the world around him. What's your name? Battles. Myself, I be a stranger to New Magencia. We be looking to get off this boring rock, New Magencia, and back to Buccaneer's Den. If ye have a way to get us there, and away from these peasant knaves, Master Robin shall pee well. Peasant knaves. The people here are so lacking in education that they've never even heard of gambling before. Never heard of gambling? That's what life's all about. Boring rock. Canst thou imagine spending thine entire life here with nothing happening day after day? 'Tis enough to drive a man mad. Job? Pardon me. I've been hired as a bodyguard for Master Robin, as is my partner, Level. The pay be good. Robin. Robin be a high-stakes gambling gent who makes his living in a casino at Buccaneer's Den. A living that would not have been anything near as profitable if not for thy good works, Battles. This must be his buddy there, Robin. If he's overhearing our conversation, thank you, my lord. Level, he's a ladies' man, he is, but do not be thinking he cannot handle himself in a fight. 'Twould be your last mistake. Gambling gent. Gambling is how Robin makes his living. I do not think that he has had a regular post in all his life. Why, I thank thee for the compliment, Battles. Casino. The casino in Buccaneer's Den is called the House of Games. It's the most fabulous place I've ever seen in my life. I shall never forget the first time Robin took me there. He walked away with 100 gold pieces for less than an hour's work. We did better than that when we were there. Ladies, man, why, I reckon Level has broken near as many hearts as I have made stop beating. Fight. Just the practice Level has had in fending off jealous husbands 'twould make any man a master combatant. Har har, be seen ya. See a roguish man dressed in what appears to be some nobleman's ratty hand-me-downs. My name, my lord, is Robin. A pleasure to meet thee. I have come to New Magentia only recently. New Magentia. I'm not from here. My colleagues and I had to quickly leave Buccaneer's Den after a dispute with the casino owner. And a rough voyage it was, too. My friends are Battles and Level. Their job is to protect me and my winnings. In exchange, they share my profits. Battles. I rescued him from his captain, who was about to make him walk the plank. I diced with that captain for the lad's life. Later, Battles led a mutiny that took the ship, and, well, that's another story. Level. I rescued him from a gaggle of angry noblemen's daughters, who had just discovered he was courting all of them simultaneously. If not for me, he would have certainly perished, but I'm ahead of myself. Buccaneer's Den. It's where we live most of the year. There are a lot of rough characters there, and it is not a place to be seen carrying large amounts of money. And what was the dispute? I won a vulgar amount of the casino's gold, and the mister of the place, Gordy, accused me of cheating. He sent his leg breaker, Sintag, after us. Pirates do not like to lose. Yeah, we've met the mister. Don't ask me why he's called that. Everyone there calls him that, though. Rough characters. One rough character in particular to stay away from is a man called Hook. He would kill thee for a trifle. Thou canst tell by the look of the hook on his hand. Thou canst tell him by the hook he has on his hand. I know nothing more. If thou thinkest that I would willingly cross paths with the likes of him, thou must have mistaken me for someone else. And he said he had a hard voyage getting to New Magentia. We took the first ship out, but before we got back to the mainland, it had sunk. The three of us barely managed to make it to New Magentia with our lives. Now we are marooned here. That's right, we cannot afford the sinking ship sold by the shipwright. The stinking ship sold by the shipwright. But say, thou must have gotten here in some manner. Dost thou have some manner of ship in which we could leave the island? I'm hesitant to say yes. Is he going to run off with my ship? Yes. I could pay thee well if thou wouldst take us back to Buccaneer's Den. Maybe. I'll talk to him later about it. We'll talk about that when we're ready to leave. See a young man balancing a dagger on the tip of his finger. He tries hard to ignore you. Your name? I'm Level. Job. Along with Battles, I'm the bodyguard for Master Robin. If not for him, I would have landed in prison instead of New Magentia. Peasant fools and sheep. The only thing worth a second look in this whole town is Constance. Constance. She doth put a spring in a man's step. We have our eye on her, we do. Level quickly clears his throat and looks away from you momentarily. Must have been one of Owen's ships that sank him at sea. Yeah. Oh, Owen. The tragic story of Owen. Fools and sheep. Here, what is not one is the other. This place is so isolated that it is backwards. What is worse, they prefer it that way. Prison. Yes, I've done some things to be put in prison for, but I'm not ashamed of my life. I do not have to be held accountable to thee about it. I'm not judging. We got thrown in prison. Robin. He's a gambler by profession who earns his winnings at the House of Games tables at the Buccaneer Den. Buccaneer's Den. We ran into some misfortune the last time we were there. The Mister at the House of Games learned of Master Robin's system and caused him to lose much of his gold. System. He had devised a clever method of cheating at all the various games at the House of Chance. It had earned him several times his weight in gold coins, I'm certain. The Mister. When Mr. Robin could not pay his debts, the Mister sent his leg-breaker, Sintag, and his knaves after us. We had to leave on the first ship out of Buccaneer's Den. I do not know why he is called the Mister. Ship. The ship we sailed on sank, leaving us stranded here. We were lucky to make it to New Magentia with our lives. If thou wouldst have some way of getting us back to Buccaneer's Den, Master Robin would reward thee handsomely. Sank. The crew could not believe it. The vessel was almost new. It had sailed all the way from Minok without a problem. Well, there you go. You called it. Owen's handiwork. In fact, that was the first storm that ship had ever encountered. None of the crew survived, poor buggers. Sintag, Battles, and myself are more than capable of taking care of Sintag. But Gordy had hired a troop of ruffians to chase after us. 'Tis a pity. I would have liked to teach him a lesson or two. In fact, one day I think I shall. Profession. Gambling is what Robin does for money, but he spends so much of his time talking about Lord British that thou wouldst think he was royalty or something. Battles. He has an eye like a hawk, and is quicker than a cat. 'Twould be wise of thee to pay him respect. And while thou art about it, thou mayest show respect to me too, Level says with a sneer. I have seen Battles has reflexes faster than a snake. If Battles had not spotted that approaching storm, we would have been dead men for certain. It took a terrible toll on our boat, but if truth be told, I have seen far worse. All right, goodbye. With that, Level goes back to playing with his dagger. This is the tavern. Here we go. You see a leering, ill-postured man who chortles to himself. Well, if it isn't Dupre, Sir Dupre now, is it? That it is, Boris. It seems to me thou dost have a tab still going on here, yes? Oh, do I? Yes, indeed, let me see. I believe the total that thou must owe is 74 gold pieces. I'm afraid that thou must pay up before I can speak with thee or anyone else with thee. Dupre looks embarrassed. He turns to you. My friend, wilt thou help me out? Dupre. It's your own fucking tab. Alright, fine. I thank the Avatar. You hand the gold over to Boris. We still got plenty of drug money left. "'Tis a pleasure to do business with thee, Sir Dupre, and welcome to my pub." "Your name? Call me Boris. And your job?" "I run the Modest Damsel here in New Magentia." Modest Damsel. It is a little inn and tavern. I am the owner, along with my wife, Magenta. Wouldst thou like something to eat or drink, or perhaps a room? How much are your rooms? Why, dost thou not stay the night? But for 3 gold thou canst let one of our rooms. Dost thou wish to stay the night? Absolutely. 3 gold for a night. Nothing wrong with that. Here's thy room key. 'Twill only work at this inn. Eat or drink? Well, let's finish the conversation first. Magenta. She became the mayor of New Magentia after the death of the old mayor, her father, several years ago. She has done such a good job that no one has opposed her for the position yet. New Magentia. In all of Britannia thou shalt not find a place that changes so little. Even the people always seem the same. People. There are merchants and laborers, as well as a few new folks. Except for the 3 strangers, the only relatively new person on the island is Algner, the sage. Algner is not from New Magentia, of course, but has settled here after studying the world, for he well knows the value of our peace and solitude. And the strangers? A shipwreck has brought 3 strangers to our island. Rumor has it that one of them is a moneyed gentleman from Buccaneer's Den, and the other 2 are his hired swords. They were in here drinking one night. They were not the sort of crowd I would wish to serve at my establishment. Well, let's hear about the rest. Laborers. They would be Katrina and the shepherd and Constance the water carrier. So Katrina's here somewhere. Constance. Constance is an orphan who was raised mostly by Katrina. Her innocence is surpassed only by her beauty. She is loved by all. Boris stares off into space for a few seconds before coming to his senses. You're a married man, Boris. Katrina. Katrina has come to the aid of people of this town on more than one occasion. She gets an interesting smile on her face whenever thy name is mentioned. We've had some encounters in the past. Merchants. They would be Russell the shipwright, Henry the peddler, and Sam the flowerman. Sam the flowerman. Boris laughs. Thou wouldst have to meet Sam for thyself. He's an incredible person who is perfecting the art of enjoying life. Sounds like a good dude. Henry's parents were so poor, it's a wonder that he did not starve to death. I think Constance kept him going. He has loved her ever since they were children. And Russell, the shipwright, a brilliant artist and craftsman. Russell cares little for the wealth or notoriety. He's content simply building his fine ships and watching them sail. Eat or drink. I am certain thou wilt enjoy our food or drink. What dost thou want for refreshment? Just jerky and fish. Not a lot of selection here at New Magentia. Ale's only 2 gold, though. Yes. Actually, no. I have plenty of beer. Stu, what's up? Katrina, my ultimate companion. Yes, I was actually mentioning when I started that if Katrina is here and she can join the party, then I'll have to kick somebody so I can get as many of the traditional fellowship in my party. Something else. No. Good journey. Yikes. You see a humble-looking older woman. She gives you a friendly smile. Your name? I am Magenta of New Magencia. New Magencia. Oh, nothing is ever new in New Magencia, as the joke around here goes. But that's how we like it. We have few visitors here. Visitors. I hear that there are 3 other new arrivals wandering around town somewhere. I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but be careful of them. Certainly, some of the other townsfolk must have seen them by now. Perhaps they will have more information. What do you do? I'm the mayor of New Magencia and the wife of Boris. Boris is the local innkeeper and a bit of a scoundrel, if I say so myself, but he pours a good drink and tells a good story. Although I have to keep an eye on him, I love him. Mayor. What do you do as the mayor of New Magencia? It's a job that requires little actual administration. I mostly try to make sure that everyone is getting along with everyone else. Apart from that, the town practically runs itself. Administration. Why, even the taxes here are less severe than anywhere else in Britannia. I think we found our home. I should build a house here in New Magencia. The taxes are lower than anywhere else. The Britannia Tax Council sometimes forgets to come collecting here for years on end. I look forward to the next time when I will see thee. Before you is a shrewd-looking craftsman, obviously filled with the contentment of a peaceful life. Your name? I'm Russell, the shipwright. Your job? I build ships in New Magencia. It is a profession I enjoy very much. I also sell deeds for my ships and sextants, by which one can navigate the open seas. At present, my shop is closed. If thou wilt come back during business hours, I shall be more than happy to help thee. Deeds. When my shop is again open, I shall be happy to help thee. New Magencia. Things have been very peaceful in New Magencia. There has been little trouble from outsiders lately. Before thine arrival, there had been not a stranger in New Magencia for years, save for the survivors of the shipwreck. I found the wreckage. 3 men were clinging to it for their lives. I'd never seen a ship like it before. The markings show it was constructed by a Minoc shipwright named Owen. It was not very well constructed. They were from Buccaneer's Den. Most people that come here come because they are lost on their way to or from Buccaneer's Den. The 3 men wish to go back. They say that there's a house of games at Buccaneer's Den. Russell shrugs, as if that would be a reason to go there. I offered to sell them a ship, but they had no money. They actually seemed offended when I would give it to them for free. When I would not give it to them for free. Future site for Avatar's tax shelter and Waffle House. Yeah. Okay. That's it for him. Fare thee well. Ooh, look at this jolly fellow. You see a contented-looking bearded man with deep-set laugh lines in his face and gentle eyes. I think this might be the florist. My name's Sam. I'm the flower man. And what is thy name? I'm Morgan. It's nice to meet thee. Your job? The way I perceive it, I do not really have a job. I sell flowers to the people in New Magencia. Although I'm paid for it, it is something I enjoy doing very much. I wonder, does that still qualify as a job? He scratches his chin thoughtfully. New Magencia. I was not born here. I came here as a young man. My father was a nobleman who was more interested in my counting gold than devoting myself to my studies. For a time I traveled the world until I landed here. It is a special place, unlike any other in all of Britannia. So while thou art here, please help us take good care of it. Robin. Why, he sounded like one of those three strangers. I've met him. He talked as if he wanted to buy some flowers, but he just walked away. Later I noticed a bouquet of flowers was missing from my wagon. The scoundrel must have pilfered them. Strangers. There are 3 strangers on this island that have washed ashore in a shipwreck. Perhaps thou shalt meet them. Battles. He must be one of those shipwrecked visitors we have on our island. Yes, when the 3 of them came up to my wagon, he gave me a stare that sent a chill through my blood. I did my best to ignore him. I absolutely abhor violence. Level. So that's the name of one of our uninvited guests. When the 3 of them came to my wagon earlier, he was very friendly while talking to me. I saw through him. He mentioned noticing Constance, but the others gestured for him to be quiet. Flowers. I grow all the flowers that I sell in the greenhouse, which is also mine home. I sell a lot of red roses, but I have many varieties. If thou art interested in buying some, please say so. I built my greenhouse by hand. When I am not selling flowers, I am engaging in various studies of plants and nature there. I find it fascinating. As thou mayest have noticed, I prefer to grow them big. Grow them big. It's because of what I learned in my studies that I may grow my flowers to be so large and healthy. Studies. Presently I'm studying possible uses and applications of wheatgrass. One day soon I shall begin compiling my notes, but I will require a long effort, for there is much that I have learned. It is mostly to support my work that I operate my flower wagon. Actually, my business does quite well, and I do like the way my flowers brighten the whole place. But who really cares about businesses anyways? So why shouldst thou ask? Suffice it to say that life is sweet. Nice. Life. Thou hast enough money as long as thou hast a place to live and can afford food, so I consider myself a wealthy man. I enjoy a good drink and a round of song at the Modest Damsel nightly. I have a thriving business and stimulating work. I consider every resident of this island a good friend. I feel anger towards no one, and do not desire anything more. I have never had reason to feel lonely, worried, or bored. What else is there? Life is good. Good times for Sam the Flower Man. Bye. I'm afraid that my shop is closed. I shall provide the solution to thine apparent floral emergency. Come back in the morning for some flowers, I guess. That'll be our room whenever we decide to rest. Okay, that's the tavern. Julia, Shamino, YOLO, Jana, and myself, all hungry. Me, Jana, Shamino, YOLO. Okay. Guess I could have done it in the tavern. See how that does them. I'm guessing this is the mayor's office. Let's check that map for a second here. Bill of underwater scavenging and cricket playing, whereby the participants belonging to the first party of the first team may also engage in supplementary treasure seeking within the bounds of 239 feet from the docks, whereby the participants belonging to the second party of the second team may follow accordingly, provided they use no handkerchiefs within the bounds of 7.5 feet of the first party of the first part. Be it known, the second party of the first part may not involve... Alright. Bureaucracy. A lot of locked houses around here. Whoa. Banded house, maybe? Random locked chest. I should try unlocking these doors. Oh, some plates. Very good. Here's the greenhouse. That's pretty awesome. When starts the adventure? I don't think I've seen this before. Herein can be found a novel relating to the travels of a fledgling warrior struggling to gain skill and respect in a treacherous world. As the warrior gains experience in dealing with opposition, he begins to notice how well the land is balanced in ideology. For every evil, there seems to be a good, and vice versa. Must be a serpent or something on the coastline. Yep. No Katrina. Or this Constance girl. The Moon Gate. We don't mess around with those. Open up these locked houses. Abandoned homes of people that used to live here, I guess. Kohark, what's up? Know that Britannia has entered into a new age of enlightenment. Know that the time has finally come for the one true Lord of Britannia to take his place at the head of his people. Under my guidance, Britannia will flourish, and all the people shall rejoice and pay homage to their new guardian. Know that you too shall kneel before me, Avatar. You too shall soon acknowledge my authority, for I shall be your companion, your provider, and your master. Old brick face. What up, Kohark? What's happening? Welcome to the adventure. The days of high adventure. I guess somebody lives in this one. I thought all the locked houses were abandoned. You see a scruffy young man who is obviously suffering from a broken heart. What's your name? My name's Henry, my lord. He's just sleeping and I, break into his place. Job who can work when he has a broken heart. Your broken heart. I've been rejected by the woman I love. Woman. His eyes light up. Her name is Constance. She's the most beautiful woman in the world, and for a time we were in love. His face falls and he sighs deeply, but that was before I made a terrible mistake. Constance. She's the water bearer of the town. What does that mean? The water bearer of the town. She goes around and collects water for everyone? She carries water from the well of humility to all the homes in town. That's a tough gig. This place is pretty big. Where's the well of humility? Alright, what's the mistake you made? I promised to give her a very old and valuable locket as a token of mine affection. My childhood friend Katrina had given the locket to me. Katrina? Katrina's a shepherd here on New Magentia. She has been a friend of mine since I was a boy. Where is she? Locket. Before I could give her the locket, I lost it. I have searched everywhere, but I cannot find it. Now Constance thinks I'm a cad and has forsaken me. Lost. I noticed I had lost the locket right after I spoke with those 3 strangers yesterday. Wouldst thou help me find it? Yes. Oh, thank thee, my lord. If not for thee, I would be lost. Well, it's Katrina's locket. She went down in the Stygian abyss with me. She she doesn't even know how to wield a sword, and she went down in the Stygian abyss for me with me. The Katrina's pretty badass. There are 3 other strangers in New Magintia. They arrived a few days before thee. Their ship was sunk, and they barely made it here without their lives. With their lives, sorry. All right. Travel safely and be well. Probably about time to head to the inn and rest. $12. Almost 1 in the morning, actually. Another abandoned house. And a shack? Who left these open? The Slasher Veils, a misunderstood entity who just wanted a noble daughter's love. Yeah. Slasher Veils, what a cool name. Begone, fool. Alright, alright. I'll be gone. I'll talk to you guys in the morning. The party's walking in reverse. That's kind of weird. There we go. Slasher Veils, yeah. They don't acknowledge Ultima Underworld 1, like, at all. Everybody says it's been 200 years since we've last seen you, Avatar. But, it's more like 100 years since the events of Underworld 1. And we'll put this key right there. True, none of them saw me at that time, except for Baron Almeric, who would probably not be alive at this point. I just hope by the time we get to the Isle of the Avatar, there's actually like a settlement there. You know, the same fort. Baron Almeric's fort. I mean, it's been 100 years, but there should be something there anyways. How many hours shall we wake thee, Morgan? 8. Pleasant dreams. Arise, Morgan. Time to continue the quest. Spark, Shamino, Dupre, Janna, Ceramed. Everybody but me, Yolo, and Julia. Let's sit down. It's easier to feed everybody when we're sitting down. Alright, that was everybody but me, Janna, and Yolo. Oh, I just fed Yolo. Ah, I got this jerky stuck in the corner. Alright, I might as well top everybody off then. Yes, my friend. All right, let me just jot a couple of things down quickly on my notes here. So we still need to find Katrina. We need to purchase a seance spell. So that's where we're at on the quest at the moment. Is we are going to be headed to Scar Bray once I'm sure I've talked to everybody around here. We're going to head off to Scar Bray, which is Scar Bray is actually kind of like what Magencia used to be. Apparently now it's a city of the dead. The only thing occupying Scar Bray is the souls of the dead. So we need a seance spell to be able to talk to them, is what Algener just said. So we'll have to find one of those. And I need to talk to this Constance and find Katrina. Yeah. Okay. The Well of Humility, right here. I was wondering where this was. Let's have some of this humble water. I love it. That was some good animation. Ah, how refreshing. The Fellowship? No, they're not evil at all. Just misunderstood. They don't do ritualistic murders. Henry greets you. Hail, Henry. They should have had farmland here in Magencia. It's kind of a farming settlement. Hey, there she is. You see your old companion, Katrina, looking only slightly older than when you saw her during your last visit. Katrina, what's up? You humble one. Why, she blinks at you. I know it's been some time, but surely thou cannot have forgotten me. I'm Katrina, one of thine old companions. You share a friendly laugh at your reunion. Ha ha ha! What are you doing out here, Katrina? Why, after last accompanying thee on thine adventures, I settled down into the peaceful life of a shepherd in New Magencia. If thou dost have need of me, I could join thy party again. Well, there you go, right there. Well, we do have the other old companions. Ah, yes, Yolo, Shamino, and Dupre. They're here. How hast thou been keeping thyself all these years, Yolo? These years have not been as kind to me as they obviously have been to thee, my lady. Ha! I see thou art still a scallywag, Yolo. Shamino, Is that a grey hair I see in thine hair, Shamino? It is not? Where? Perhaps it's but a trick of the light. Everybody always bugging Shamino about getting older. I don't quite get that, but I think it might be a joke on the fact that Shamino looks like Garriott. Garriott has such a baby face. He looked so young for so long until he hit the age when he didn't. So maybe that's what they're teasing Shamino about. Dupre, Sir Dupre, hast thou finished thy studies yet? Dupre looks confounded. My studies, milady? Of all the various drinking establishments in Britannia. Oh, yes, of course, my studies. Continuing my education has always been of the utmost importance to me. He needs his grade 9. Dupre's trying to get his grade 9. All right. Henry. Yeah, let's talk about Henry. Henry has been a very dear friend for years. He's a simple but good man who does not have an ounce of hate in his heart for anyone. I'm so fond of him that I gave him a valuable heirloom. Since he does not have much money, I gave Henry my gold locket so he could present it to his sweetheart, Constance. I have not talked to him lately, but I must confess I am worried about him. Why? Soon after Henry left carrying the locket, I saw 3 strangers on the island, wandering off in the same direction. Strangers. The 3 visitors come from Buccaneer's Den. I met them shortly after their arrival, and we spoke briefly. Robin is the one dressed like a gambler, and the other 2, Battles and Level, appear to be bullies. All right. I figured as much. The gamblers stole the locket, I'm sure. Time. Although there is a vast difference in how time passes in our world and in this one, I am certain I have aged at least a little bit, she says pleasantly. New Magencia. We are isolated here. We get no news from the world outside. Life is much the same as it was the last time thou didst visit Britannia 200 years ago. I have many friends here. Isolated. That is the way I like it. That's the way we like it here. Now that we have 3 other strangers on the island, besides thee. Of course, thou couldst hardly be called a stranger. This is the largest number of visitors we've had in years. But never fear, Morgan, I am seldom lonely. I have many friends here. When I am lonely, I speak with Algener the Sage, Russell the Shipwright, or Henry the Peddler. Russell has a sailor's heart, an artist's soul, and a craftsman's hands. He never lived his dream of sailing the world. His ships do that for him. We know about Henry. Algener. He's a wise man who knows many things and tells wonderful stories. Algener came here to retreat from the outside world. I know not why. The 3 visitors come from Buccaneer Den. I met them shortly after their arrival, and we spoke briefly. Robin's the one dressed like a gambler. The other 2, Battles Level, appear to be his bullies. Yes. Shepherd. I watch over my flock, and the townspeople as well, when they need me. Join. I prefer smaller crowds, Avatar, perhaps later. Yeah, we're stacked. Party's real stacked up right now. So who's going to leave? And this is really unfortunate, but where'd she go? Oh, okay, no, never mind. I was going to say she has the same sprite as Julia, but she actually doesn't. It's very, very similar. Does the 5-member thing. Okay. So I'll have to bring her in. Yeah, that's a question. Who would I kick? I mean, I can't kick any of the actual, companions of virtue, we'll call them. So it would be a toss-up between Ceramed or Spark, my young apprentice, who's looking pretty good these days. Got him back wearing the Avatar's costume, the young Avatar in training. He's got his great dagger, infinite light source, and his leather leggings, and no shoes, and a boomerang on his belt. Book written by his dad. Spark, yeah, well, I think he's got the highest combat in the team. 21, 21, he's 26, 22, 19. Yeah, I think Spark has become my best party member. That's why I stripped him down into the fun equipment instead of having him loaded up in scale armor and shit. He can actually put up with quite a bit now. And he still has 6 training points. He has 6 training points. I could do Chad twice and get him up to 30 dexterity. Or I could send him to Chad once for 28 dexterity, and then Menion for 20 strength. I suppose if I'm getting rid of him, though, it doesn't matter. He's a young kid. Maybe it's time for him to hit the road. The journey's only going to get harder. Tough little bastard, though. Ceramed doesn't perform as well, but he is on a quest. I suppose Spark is kind of on a quest as well, but Ceramed wants to kill Abraham and avenge the death of his wife. And he's also not 10 years old. Something to think about. I'm not in a rush to kick him out and grab Katrina. That'll probably be the last thing we do here. We're looking for Constance. Where's she at? Where's Constance at? I don't recognize the big fella there. Oh, he must be... Those must be the pirates. Yes. Of course. The drinks will have to wait, Dupre. Katrina's always set up as hard mode. Bach, what's up? Yeah, Katrina's always set up to be hard mode. I think. Yeah, she'll. I imagine she'll come in as weak as ever, with a high level too. But I mean, what a great candidate for the Hoe of Destruction. Humility is definitely the hard mode virtue. Yeah, never take humility in any of the Ultimas where you get to do that gypsy tarot card reading thing. Never pick humility. I like this abandoned house here with the 3 beds. This is this house here is a serious potential for the Avatar's future home. Yeah, I'm wondering what's up with all the abandoned houses here in I have pretty flowers. Who wants to buy these lovely flowers? Not me. I'm out. I think there are people. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about it, Bach. Good to see you. Well, still just looking for this lady. I mean, this is definitely not occupied. I could go into this shack. Covered in cobwebs. Probably a safe bet that somebody's living anywhere with beds, eh? This one's kind of a cool house, though. And I do like how Stones plays here on this island. Chest where? Sorry, I missed that, Bach. Way back in that stick shack? I already unlocked that one. It had 2 plates. 2 dinner plates. Oh, Constance, you bitch. Where are you? Oh, is that her? You see an angelic young woman who gives you a smile of complete innocence. Your name? My name, my lord, is Constance. She shyly lowers her eyes. Your job? I carry water from the Well of Humility to all the homes here in New Magencia. I was born in New Magencia and I have lived here my entire life, but now I wish to leave, for my heart has been broken. Why has your heart been broken? Once I was in love with Henry, the peddler, but then I learned he's a liar and a cad. Perhaps soon my heart shall belong to another. Another, yeah, she's being courted by one of the pirates. There's a charming and mysterious stranger on the island named Robin. He says one day he may show me the world and buy me many fine things, Constance sighs. He even gave me some lovely flowers. Robin. He's a wealthy man and his 2 friends are big strong men. They have been telling me about a very wonderful sounding place called Buccaneer's Den. Buccaneer's Den. Buccaneer's Den must be a wonderland. There's a spinning wheel that gives thee money, canst thou imagine? An opulent, luxurious baths. Yes, the opulent, luxurious baths. I'm sure that's where the strangers would like to take Constance here. baths. Does that not sound nice? I've been. It's very nice. Spinning wheel. Well, they certainly have nothing like that in New Magencia. I've never even heard of such a thing before. Strangers. There are 3 strangers on the island. They have been shipwrecked here. I've met them. Their leader's name is Robin. Tell me about his friends. Their names were Battles and Level. Both of them treated me like proper gentlemen. Level was charming and witty. He can always make me laugh. Battles was quiet at first. I thought he was mean-looking, but he's nice once thou dost get to know him. He told me of the various monsters he fought and exciting stories of how he raided ships in the South Seas. I miss old Magencia. Old Magencia, which was just this blackened, charred land filled with actually some pretty friendly skeletons and a couple of gargoyles, I think, too. Magencia, destroyed for being not humble enough. Okay, Well of Humility. The water from the well is pure and cool. If thou wouldest like, I will pour thee some. Nah, it's okay. I can pour my own water. If thou wouldest ever change thy mind, thou needest only let me know. I already did that, right? Yeah, okay. Goodbye. It's a pleasure speaking with thee, my lord. Henry. The 2 of them side by side. All right, let's go talk to the strangers again and confront them about this this nonsense. Yeah, the City of Pride, and it was destroyed by gargoyles. Well, they said it was destroyed by demons, but I'm pretty sure just about every instance of demons in the early Ultimas was rewritten as gargoyles. Demons are gargoyles. It was basically a misunderstanding on the human's part. Greetings, and how may I be of service to thee, asks Robin. Locket. We are trying to return to Buccaneer's Den. I was hoping to sell a gold locket which came into my possession to buy our passage back, but I fear it is lost. If thou dost come across it, be sure to let me know. Liar. Locket? I saw a locket just like the one thou be describing in the possession of old Master Robin. The last time I saw it was, let's see, it was right before the 3 of us went drinking at the Modest Damsel. What's Level got to say about it? Level balances his dagger on his fingertip. In a blur of motion, he snatches it out of the air, pointing it at you. He stares you in the eye. Tell me about the fucking locket. Well, I myself have seen no such locket. Perhaps thou shouldst ask Master Robin about it. This guy pointing a knife at me? With that, Level goes back to playing with his dagger. The Avatar's killed for less. The last time he saw it was on his way here. Or while he was here. Who are some of the other people we could ask about the locket? The mayor? She know anything about it? No. Algener and Russell are up north, so we can try talking to them. Still hungry. All right. Man, it really doesn't take long to just chew through the food. I remember we ended the last stream off. I had hunted like 3 deer or something. Still got a ton of food on my boat, though. Howdy, Russell. Strangers. Oh, there was an option there for locket. Locket! The 3 strangers tried to offer me some kind of trinket to build or to sell them a ship. It sounds like a locket thou art describing. Trinket. It would not have. I would not have accepted their offer, but I was curious. Later they said nothing when I wanted to see the trinket again. I doubt they have it. Well, if they don't have it... It's Algener. Hello again, Algener says. He's got nothing to say about the locket. He's too occupied with his stew. Yes, his fragmental stew. Another abandoned house. Doubts he has it. And when I talked to them, they said that they lost it at the tavern. Where's Boris? Hello again, says Boris. Locket. You tell Boris what you have heard from the pirate battles. He breaks out into a cold sweat. Thou hast seen through my deception. I shall hand it over to thee. He opens a secret panel from behind the bar and looks inside. When he looks back to you, his face has lost all color. The locket's gone. I swear to thee, I know not where it is. Sneaky bastard. Look at him. All greased up. No, not where it is. Can't press him for it or anything. What about Sam the Flower Man? Sam the Flower Man. Haven't talked to him yet about it. Yeah. I think this shithole is where the strangers are staying. Pulp Fiction's an awesome movie. I always liked Butch's story the best. Locket. Yes, I saw Henry walking past my shop with that locket looking for Constance. It must have been shortly after he received it from Katrina. I remember it because I gave him a flower to give to Constance. Poor fellow, by the time he found her, it was all he had to give her. Not, sounds more like the beginning of the story than any kind of useful clue. The way I perceive it, I do not really have a job. Yes, we went through all of this already. He's so happy. Flowers. I'm just gonna buy some flowers. I might need them or something. Yeah, I'll purchase some flowers. Bouquet costs 12 gold. Alright. Pretty expensive. Let's just kill him and take his cool house. Henry. Speak to Henry. Nothing. Could try talking to Russell and Algener again. Or Boris and the strangers, the three strangers. Or the mayor, I guess she's right here. She already had nothing to say, but... Good day, my lord. Okay, the locket. Now you want to talk. I guess because, her husband, Boris, stole the locket. We got him sweating, so maybe his wife has something to say about it. You see the locket Henry described to you hanging around Magenta... Oh, I see. Magenta's neck. Is it not beautiful? I found it in the secret hiding place behind mine husband's bar. Found. I would never have suspected anything so romantic from Boris. The locket must be a surprise for me. Romantic. He must be trying to get back on my good side after all the times I've caught him wenching and carousing. Carousing. Say, dost thou think that Boris could have meant to give this locket to someone else? Well, no, because he didn't. It's not his to begin with. Magenta sighs with relief. I am glad thou hast said this. Now I shall feel no guilt about keeping it. Oh, that's not good. Surprise. I'm flattered Boris would buy me such an obviously expensive gift, but how could he have ever afforded it? It's stolen. Although Magenta struggles to retain her dignity, she cannot hide her disappointment. As mayor, I charge thee with the task of locating the rightful owner of this locket and returning it to them. Here it is. Take it. I look forward to the next time when I will see thee. Yeah, I was just about to say that was actually pretty smooth. There's our bouquet of flowers. And the locket. Katrina's locket, actually. My old swamp boots. Retired now that I have these magic boots. I kept them because I figured the swamp boots might still be useful if I don't know, need to walk in a swamp. All right, well, we got the locket. I guess we confront the gamblers about it. Yeah, just when you think you're about to get thrown in jail or beheaded, she charges you with a question. I was actually a little nervous there. The way she was talking, it almost made it seem like she was going to charge me with something else other than a quest. Show locket. Now that I know I can trust thee, I can let thee in on our plan. I intend to take another passenger in thy boat back with us to Buccaneer's Den. Her name is Constance, and she should fetch a goodly price from Gleno, operator of the Bass. I knew it! He's going to sell her off to the pimp Gleno. Enough to pay my debts, pay thee for passage, and still have plenty over for another go at the House of Games. Thou must get thy boat ready to leave this place immediately. My lads and I shall get Constance, and then we shall join thee. But wilt thou tell me where thy boat is located? No. Thou hast lost thy stomach for our game, eh? If that is the case, then my lads and I have no choice but to kill thee dead and protect our secret. Shit. Whoa! Julia with the whip. Did you guys see that? That was pretty awesome. The whip attack was pretty cool. Just some dead men. That's all I saw the first time I looked at them. Just some dead men. I knew it was going to come to that. Ah, YOLO's working on the magic bolts now. Yes, we can't have that. Didn't realize he was so low on bolts. I can give him that magic boomerang for now, though. Yeah, I guess the house is abandoned now. YOLO with his shiny boomerang. Well, that quest ended in murder. So I guess I go back to the mayor and tell her the deed's done. Killed the culprits. Has too many of the quests with the avatar. Yeah, definitely this avatar. I can't remember. Did I save it before? I'll check if I had a save or not. I'm kind of curious what would happen if I told them where my boat was. If I'd end up going up to the dock and it'd be gone. I'll check that out. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Show locket. You give Robin the location of your boat, he slowly breaks into an evil laugh. I thank thee, friend. All that's left for us is to eliminate the one remaining loose end. Now that we know where thy boat is, we'll collect more on our investment by simply killing thee and taking it. Fools! Yeah, that whip is pretty cool. I like the whip. Yeah, poor decision on their part for sure, Bach. Lightning Whip is pretty much the best one-hander. Sweet. Good to know. Yeah, I was wondering if it was, if the attack value was in my weapon book. I was gonna check that. Strangers are dead. I hear there are 3 other new arrivals. Yes, they are wandering around somewhere. Now we have to try to find Constance again, which is been frustrating. Robin gambled and lost. Katrina's out here with her sheep. Such a hard time finding those two. I mean, her job is to carry around the water, so you'd think she'd be hanging out at the well, but she's never by the well. The only times that I have seen her has been up here at this, this shack. New Magencia. Be better if I knew where her home was. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Stu. Just don't know which place is hers. Hey, there she is. Well, Lord, says a wide-eyed Constance, what may I do for thee? Better save it. Scoundrels! You gently explained to Constance that Robin, Battles, and Level were scoundrels with the intent to do her great harm. She is quite alarmed, then you explain that they will not be troubling her anymore. She thanks you. Yeah, I wouldn't go down south from your house. Unless you want to see some mutilated corpses. Do 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 do. That didn't resolve her and Henry's problems though, and I still have this locket. It's okay, I talked to them. They're really, really sorry. But they just left for Buccaneer's Den. You'll never see them again. Found. Thou hast found the locket. You hand the locket to Henry. Now I may give it to Constance and keep my promise to her. I cannot thank thee enough, Avatar. Locket found. You tell Constance of how you have returned the locket that has been stolen from Henry. Oh, how could I have ever doubted my dear darling Henry, she frowns. I thank thee for telling me the truth. Alright, well that seems like that did it. Three, 2, 2, 9. Just want to see if that completed that quest, and I got some experience for it. Very little. Very, very little. These guys are hungry, so we'll go to the tavern. There's Katrina. Locket, since he does not have much money, gave Henry the locket. Okay, yeah, we already did that. Yo ho ho. It's a good tavern here in New Magencia as well. Lots of table room for the party. Saramed's the hungry one. I do not wish to hear that locket ever again. Do not speak to me of it. Wait. $5 gold for one fish. That doesn't seem like a great price. 12 gold for 10 pieces. That's expensive. Guess we'll get the fish. Where's Spark? He's not on screen. You'll soon be plump. You were the one that said you were hungry. Oh no, it was Saramed. It was Saramed who was hungry, and now I'm hungry too. The greatest battle of the Avatar. The one against hunger. I should just go to my boat and get the food from there. Oh, this isn't my boat. My boat's this one. Look, I put these little light sources on the front of my boat. Isn't that cool? Riding in style now. Alright, fine. That'll do it for now. And these flowers, I'm not really quite sure. I guess, here, Julia, you can have them. The avatar gifts you some flowers. $8.28. So I guess we'll rest here on the yeah, quite the booze bucket. Yeah, for sure. I like that booze bucket. Yeah, I added a crate into my storage on my boat too, so I can organize my stuff a little bit better. I didn't actually think about that before. That you know, I might want a couple of extra containers in the storage hold on my boat, so I'll be able to organize the things that I put on there a bit better. No, I don't want to go in here. I want to go back to the bar. She's headed off home. So who am I gonna replace in the party with Katrina? Something to think about for sure. Who would go out of the party? I think it's going to be Spark. As sad as that is, I think I'll have to kick Spark out for Katrina. He cries every time I tell him to leave, too. He's going to carry on and on. Saramed, I guess mostly just because he's an adult and not a 9-year-old kid, but also because he's actually on a quest. Like, he joined us because he wants to avenge the death of his wife. I guess you could say the same with Spark because his dad died, but he wants revenge on the people responsible. And I know Saramed's the weaker party member, but I don't think Spark, I don't think it'll really matter, to be honest. He says that Abraham killed his wife. Well, that's not true. That's not what he said. What he said was that Abraham was her boss, and she mysteriously went missing one day, when they were supposed to have a meeting. So assuming it's Abraham and Elizabeth going around doing all these ritualistic murders, I just kind of assumed we might be able to help Ceramed in his quest. Spark 2, I don't know, it's a tough choice. Really, like, I shouldn't get rid of anybody for Katrina. She's terrible, but she's also one of our virtuous companions. Ceramed, Dupre, Jana, Julia, and Yolo, they want breakfast. Dupre's still hungry. Fish doesn't restore very much hunger, eh? Nylon, what up? Oh, Abraham told her not to trust healers and she died of her illness. It's a tough choice. Well, we can always kick Katrina and grab Spark again later. Who's at a higher level? That would actually be a good... Spark's level 6. And Ceramed's 5. So yeah, I think it makes... At least then Ceramed could gain an extra level in the meantime. And if Spark misses out on a level or even 2, it's okay because he could catch back up. And he's already really powerful. It's Spark. It's going to be Spark. There's what's-her-face just opening up random windows. The lovebirds, I kind of want to get them on screen at the same time and see if they have anything to say to each other. Where is he? Oh, he was right there. Now where is she? Oh, she was just there here. And the guy's following me too. Okay, good. Here we go. They're right here. My lord. Scoundrels. Gently explained to Constance that Robin Battles and Level were scoundrels with the intent to do her great harm. Quite alarmed, and then you explain that they'll not be troubling her anymore, and she thanks you. Found. Thou hast found the locket. You hand the locket to Henry. Now I may give it to Constance and keep my promise to her. I cannot thank thee enough, Avatar. Oh, how could I have ever doubted my dear darling Henry? Ah, here we go. Yeah, a little bit of extra dialogue. I thank thee for telling me the truth. Constance, I'm sorry that things ran afoul as they did, but that if thou wilt, I would like thee to have this locket as a symbol of my love. My sweet Henry, mine heart belongs to only thee. Pardon me. So it just eliminated the busy work of having to go between the two of them an extra time. You tell Constance of how you have returned the locket that has been stolen from Henry. Oh, how could I have ever doubted my dear darling Henry, she frowns. I thank thee for telling me the truth. Constance, I'm sorry that things ran afoul as they did. That's it. Another match made by the Avatar, and I got the exact same amount of experience had they not been on the screen at the same time. Matchmaker and murderer. Heartbreaker, soul taker. Mariah and Joffrey are the two companions of virtue that can't join you. Yes, that's correct. Mariah lost her marbles, and Joffrey has his cushy government job. Joffrey's been a company man pretty much since the beginning. I think you only got him in one game, and I never got him because I found him to be redundant. No one is more valorous than the Avatar. Okay, we're gonna have to drop everybody, right? Leave. Wait here. I feel bad, and knowing that he's gonna cry. Then again, now that I'm thinking about it, like maybe Saramed makes more sense because I'm going to have to join the fellowship at some point in time to be able to get into the meditation retreat. And Saramed might be like completely against that. All right, young Spark. I hate to leave him with training points unspent, too. I'm having second thoughts. Leave. Don't make me go, Spark cries. Dost thou really want me to go? He looks at you with puppy dog eyes. Yes. Oh, here comes the waterworks. Well, should I just wait here? Or dost thou want me to go home to Trinsic? Go home. Spark bows his head and murmurs, goodbye then. What is he doing? We'll give you a ride home, Spark. Jeez. Join would be an honor, my lord. Let's check out her paper doll. Katrina, does he have your stuff? He has whatever I had on him, which is not much, I don't think. Yeah, not a lot of humility on Katrina's paper doll. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, I should double check, shouldn't I? Oh, man. This didn't save after I talked to those two. Okay, he's got the Avatar costume, which he's wearing, the light source, the infinite light source, a great dagger, leather leggings, his boomerang, a book written by his dad, a ring of invisibility, a sack full of torches, and a poison dagger. I can lose all this stuff. And I don't want to, like, completely unequip him because we may put him back in the party in the end. I have like 5 rings of invisibility. If I need one, I'll be fine. Still unsure if I want to get rid of Spark though. If Ceramed's gonna interfere with a quest anyways. He doesn't have anything I'd mind losing either. Just a book written by his wife, and some of those sleep arrows. Another ring of invisibility. Spark has some really good dialogue, he says as well. I'm glad we got to visit the brothel, the baths, the Buccaneer Den baths. I'm glad we got to visit the baths with Spark. Give him his first taste of beer, give him his first kill. Britannia's so close to Trinsic, though. If I end up going there and Ceramid won't deal with us dealing with the Fellowship, I can drop him easy enough and pick up Spark again. Hooray, wenches! Abandon him on New Magentia. Actually, wait a minute. You wait here. Okay. I want to get these guys back in proper party order. So, do Prey first, because he's definitely my frontline fighter. He wants to talk about Spark. Spark will not be joining us. Yeah, that's true. He can hop a Moongate. Throw the dice, hop a Moongate. Alright, my next frontline fighter would be Shamino. He's not really a frontline fighter, but one of my tougher guys. Tougher than these other two, anyways. These three. Julia. And then Katrina. I guess YOLO should be last. This guy's always such a hassle to get to join. Gotta go forest and talk to him about bees or some shit. Join, there we go. And lastly, our old friend. I was waiting until thou didst ask me. That seems like a good party organization. The hoe of destruction is now yours, Katrina. This'll definitely be a fitting weapon for her. There you go. You can plow your enemies like a field. She's really got nothing, eh? Not even a backpack. Well, I don't think I actually have any armor on my boat, but we'll have to figure it out. But I think that's it for New Magentia. Could give her a magic helmet just to buff her up for now. I think I'll probably do that. If I can find her in this mass. Just until she gets a bit tougher. Let's see your stats. (11, 15, and 18 at level 3. A sturdy party member, to be sure. There might be some leather armor down here too. I moved a bunch of basic gear onto the hold of this boat. I just didn't know where else to put it. So a bunch of just junk, basically. Old plate. So I could give her that. And yeah, I was surprised at Julia's stats in this game because she was quite powerful in Julia was quite powerful in number 6. Yeah, I mean that'll just have to do. Her gear's not as cool as everybody else's, but it's what we got. All right. Let me scribble some things off my notes here now that we've finished Magencia. I no longer need to speak to Robin or Level. Battles, they're dead. So then our next steps are to purchase Seance spells and head off to Skara Brae. I could ride my boat down through here and up to Skara Brae. Though it may not let me, I don't know. It looks weird, it's all black and evil. There was that island in here too, where I found the locked chest. This locked chest that's on my boat. And I kind of want to go back to that island and look at that house more and see if I can find the key for that chest. So I could go down that way and up and check that place out. Check that place out. Oh yeah, I could just go right. Nightmare, what's up? Skara Brae. Yeah, I believe. Now, I've never played Bard's Tale, so this is I'm not a good source of information on this, but I recall reading that somebody who worked on these games also did Bard's Tale, and Skara Brae is that person's personal sort of fantasy town that he injects in the games that he works in. Yeah, the butt boat. I want to buy this boat down here. I guess I probably could while we're here. But, Skara Brae, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who the developer is or anything. I vaguely remember reading something that said that in my Ultima researches, that there was somebody that worked on Bard's Tale and he also worked on, the same person worked on the Ultima games, and it's a real prehistoric village. Oh, interesting. Yeah, like I say, I'm not. I won't speak to that one for sure, but I think that that's the way it goes. Anyways, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I'll be right back, guys. Give me like 5 minutes, and we'll return for some more adventures. Sorry if that was too loud there, Nightmare. What up, guys? I'm back. AWOL, welcome to the stream. Can kill our tunes there. Okay, just got Ultima 2, 3, and 4 on Steam. They don't have one. Try looking on GOG. That's where I got most of the Ultima games. I think that's where I got all the Ultima games. You can get the DOS versions of them there anyways. I suppose I did play a few of them not on DOS, so... Yeah, for sure. Lots of hype. These games are great. Definitely classics that if anyone has interest in swords and sorcery, RPGs, and kind of the history of where a lot of these games came from, Ultima games are great games to play. Arek, welcome to the stream. Yes, Akalabeth is free on GOG. So if anybody wants to play Akalabeth, you can get it free there. Akalabeth, I actually enjoyed Akalabeth a hell of a lot more than Ultima 1, 2. Ultima 1 and 2 anyways. Ultima 3 was starting to get pretty good, but Akalabeth, if you're just looking to crawl around in some dungeons and some old school gaming, Akalabeth is a good time. You can turn into a lizard man in Akalabeth by using a secret gem, and it'll triple your stats. What up, man? Good to see ya. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Britannia. Let's go back to what we were doing here. Akalabeth is the very first game that Richard Garriott, the creator of Ultima, designed. It's pretty much a dungeon crawler. Like, it's a role-playing game in the sense you level up and all that kind of stuff. It does have an overworld map, so you're not just in the dungeon. But more or less, it's you go to the castle, they give you a quest to kill a monster. You go down to the dungeon, you kill the monster, go back to the castle, they give you a different monster. And you do that 8 or so times until they finally tell you, hey, to be a knight in the kingdom, you got to go kill a Balrog. Which I think is kind of a big ask, but that's Lord British for you. Definitely, yes, a prototype to Ultima 1's dungeon crawling, which and dungeon crawling was a big part of Ultima, basically all the way through to 5. It wasn't until 6 that they started veering. I shouldn't say started. They completely veered away from the first-person dungeons in Ultima 6. Though I suppose now that I think about it, they stopped doing first-person dungeons in the 3rd one. The 4th and the 5th aren't first-person dungeons. But now I'm just kind of rambling. So, yeah, pretty tall task just to be a knight, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. So I did find what I was talking about here with Skarbray. Skarbray is the name of a real historical settlement on the west coast of Orkney, off of northern Scotland. So that was what Stu was mentioning, but this is what I was talking about. In addition to the Ultima series, settlements named Skarbray appeared in the universes of Wizardry and The Bard's Tale. This is due to the design influence on all 3 series by Roe R. Adams III. Design influence on all 3 series by Roe R. Adams III, whose fictional counterpart is Hawkwind, and is purported to hail from Skarbray. Hawkwind. That was Was that not a pirate? I thought that was a fierce pirate in number 6. I can't remember exactly. But as well as that crossover, apparently on some platforms, it's possible to import your characters from Ultima 3 and Wizardry into the Bard's Tale. That's wild. No, I've never heard of him either. Ro R. Adams. But importing your character from Ultima 3 into Bard's Tale, that just sounds wild to me. I think if I ever play Bard's Tale, that's what I'm going to have to do. I'll have to import my character from Ultima 3. I guess I'll have to get a character in Ultima 3 first, because I played that game on FM Towns. Sorry, I'm just messing around with my screen settings here. Alright. So with all that stuff of Skara Brae mentioned, let's head off to the town. I don't think I'm going to sail there. I think we'll go by the mainland. It's been a long time since I went to Britain, and we have a lot of gold we can drop off at the mint. The nuggets, anyways. I kind of want to keep the gold bars. Stack them up in my future house. Let's sail! Yeah, Hawkins is the hated pirate in Ultima 6. Who was Hawkwind? Is that an Ultima character? That sounds so familiar. I could have just been thinking about Hawkins, though. Was it, who was the guy that I found in the... I'm just trying to remember who the guy I found in the underworld was. He learned how to speak to gargoyles. Captain... I think that was Captain John. Yeah, Captain John. Ro R. the Third, or whatever his name is, he worked on the localization of Paladin's Quest. Paladin's Quest, that's Enix, isn't it? That'll be Trinsic. No, that's Britain. I didn't know the boat here at Britain had a... I don't know what they call this. I know there's a name for these designs on ships. I can't remember what they're called. Oh my god. It's causing me problems docking. There we go. Oh, all my money. I'll just take the nuggets for now. And leave the bars. I don't want to be carrying back stacks of 100. More interested in just clearing out this this barrel a little bit. That'll do. Yes, I'm rich. The avatar's rich. It's all the dungeoning, and then of course our nefarious drug money we got for selling off a bunch of serpent venom, which I have a lot more of now too. I could push on the citizens of Britannia. Yeah, I hear you, Stu. I just I keep thinking sometimes I'm coming across items and I keep thinking about the future home I'm going to build. And I don't want to just put up some walls and leave it at that. I'd like to decorate it with some things. I was thinking maybe some gold bars or something. We spend so much time running across the whole world that I'm sure we'll be able to. Yeah, got a Scrooge McDucket. Yeah, I want to be able to swim in my gold bars. Hey, it doesn't take much to just sell them, right? You know, that's even something I can do on my own time if it. I just really don't need the money. I also read a freaky thing that said that if you get too much gold, it'll crash the game. We don't want that either, though it might be fun to do once. I thought I got 160 gold. Should be 160 gold. There we go. We'll be using this money, or at least some of it, to be buying some crossbow bolts for YOLO. Won't fit. Does the abacus... Sorry, 1 second. Does the abacus sort the money? Is that something you've been telling me for a while and I just misunderstood? Clicking the abacus stacks all of your money up? Oh, it just tells you how much you have. Okay. I need it in nice, pretty stacks of 100. Takes an epic amount of gold to break the game. Well, I might have to hit up the gambling den. Kiwi. My cat is rubbing her head against the microphone. I'm sorry. Go on. Kept moving. Oh, where the hell is YOLO's Bose? It's this one, I think. Ah, there we go. What up, Coop? Hello! Hello, boss. Greetings, lad. Thou art looking well. We want bolts. $30 gold for a dozen. I can only hope that that's a decent price. We'll get 3 dozen. That magic boomerang might be more powerful than his crossbow. Yeah, Coop is he's a good kid. Julia's hungry. Where's the park? Let's get to that farmer's market and buy some mutton. Meats. The tastiest meats, yes. We want mutton. Like a lot of mutton. Who's the hungry one? Julia and Jenna. So much meat. Oh yeah, hey, I got a extra pair of swamp boots there that our new party member can have for now. Barefoot though she may be. See if this guy has any decent armor. Crested helm, spiked shield. Not a whole lot of anything. Can I get leather pants at the tailor's? Ogrul, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Britannia. Erek, thanks for the follow. Driving Vertigo, welcome. Why buy when you can steal? True, though there's not a whole lot to steal here in this shop. Stealing doesn't really pay off too much in this game unless you use an exploit, which I don't really like to do. Kidney belt. What is a kidney belt? Whatever it is, it sells for 20 gold. Oh, no. No leather pants. Yeah, no problem, Ogrul. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it, man. It's good to have you around. Welcome once again to Ultima. If you've never played any Ultimas, this is definitely the place to be to check them out. That's all I do is play Ultima. Slowly going through the whole series. Yeah, actually, you're right. I think it is in the book. We'll talk to our librarian here. She shouldn't have that book. That book I'm going to hold on to. History of the Loot. Bloodied Babes and Buxom Beauties. Karina's Total Body Workout. Everything an Avatar should know about sex. Veteran's Guide to Weapons and Armor. Here we go. Oh, leather collar gives you 1. That's actually pretty decent. I should buy some leather collars. She wasn't selling leather collars, was she? Kidney belts are 1. Greaves. I'm kind of confused about greaves because there's greaves and there's plate leggings. Greaves are 2. Plate leggings are 3. Okay, I see. Weaker. Still need to get me a musket. I could steal the one from the... I could steal the one from the... museum. There we go. But stealing's bad. Give it to the tinkerer if I ever come across one. Oh, the plate armor. Yes, and there was a musket in that... Let's go check that out. I actually have to go up to the castle anyways. I gotta go up to the castle because we need to talk to Nystool and see if he has seance magic. I need to buy Seance before we head off to Scarbray. So it was up top here, right? Yeah, I thought that there might be a hidden door here, especially because this brick stands out right there, but clicking on it doesn't do anything. And it's just plate, it's not a big deal, but this musket would be sweet, with 50 balls of ammunition. Well, what's underneath this? Let's check what's underneath it. Maybe there's a way up from underneath. It's just not hard to find plate at this point. You can find it pretty readily. Yeah, the 3 frames per second on the roof. That's pretty authentic for this game, though, isn't it? Oh yeah, these switches. Like it ran pretty slow on real hardware, I think, too. I suppose I could speed my cycles up when I go. Yeah, Castle was always kind of laggy. I don't think I ever went on this side of these switches now that I think about it. Maybe one of these does it. Just need to build a Windows 98 machine with some 3.5 floppies. Floppy drive. Play this the real way. Is it stealing if I take this booze? I guess it wouldn't be oh, yeah, well, it wouldn't have been stealing anyways, or it wouldn't have been flagged as stealing, me putting it on Shamano's inventory, but we're good. It's fine. So this was closed to begin with anyways. Let's leave it open. I guess I'll open this one too. Might have something to do with a combination of these switches. Unless there's something underneath these barrels here. Guess we'll check that. It's pretty common. There we go. That's a pretty common thing in this game. They were really happy about the whole moving around stuff. They wanted to hide all their switches. I'm getting pretty used to just moving things around near or around the thing I'm trying to open or search. That must have done it. It was probably that switch underneath the... Yeah. Plate armor. I'll take the gorget. I'll take the gorget and put it on her for now. Now, what slot does this kidney belt take up? Apparently chest. Well, both leather armor and a kidney belt are one, so whatever. She can have a belt. She's not wearing too much, so the belt's kind of fitting. And then the rifle, I guess I'll just hold on to for now. Yeah, I think I'm probably not going to use it too much. But I think if anybody's going to use it or hold on to it, I should give it to Julia. Because she's a tinker. You know, who else here would really know how to use a gun except for me? I did use a gun, a musket just like that, actually, in Savage Empire. So it would make sense for the Avatar to use it. But I prefer to hack down my enemies. Feel the kill. Giving it to the tinker seems to make sense. She could probably figure out how to use it quite well. Also, her stats are garbage, so having her melee doesn't make a ton of sense at the moment. Not until I can get her dexterity and strength up a little bit more. Some enemies are immune to magic and magic weapons. Ah. Spells. I wish to buy spell. Okay. Trying to see. I don't know which one Seance is. Let's try third. You know, in fact, instead of messing around like that, I should just check the manual. Wherever I put that. Let's see. I think GOG puts the downloads in the same folder as the game. It's the Serpent Isle manual. Okay. Where's our spell list? Here we go. We're looking for Seance. Seance is a fourth magic spell. Fourth circle. Yeah, might not be able to get more ammo than what you find there. I think that there's ammo in the museum too. I'm not positive on that. Spells. Fourth. Okay. So he doesn't have it. Waste of goddamn time. We are really close to Cove, though. I can go and check Rudyum and see if he has... should make sure I have enough money, too, for these. Spells usually cost quite a bit. Yeah, I'm not packing very much money. Alright, stop at the boat, grab some money, head off to Cove, talk to Rudyum. I don't know, like 400 or 500 gold. That'd be 4. That should be 5. And I'll actually drop off the rifle here for now, along with the ammo. I'd sail my boat over to Cove if I could, but it's a waste of time. There's no reliable place to dock over there. Faster to just run. Have this delicious ale here I never poured. Let's see if we can get the Kilrathi song to go. Nope. I don't know if it's only supposed to happen a couple of times, but you used to be able to click on this floating spaceship and it would play some music from the Wing Commander series. No stones or nothing, just dead. No music. Oh no, only the menacing hum of the hoe of destruction. Look, I signed that bill to clean up Lock Lake, and it's still just a mess. Nobody's made any effort. Mr. Prawn, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the lands of high adventure. I remember. Oh, didn't mean to talk to him about that. Spells. Yes, we want to buy spells. Oh, well, I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad, well, I hope you're all enjoying it. A lot of you have become regulars now, so I can only assume. The Avatar likes company. 8. What 8th level spells do you got? Armageddon. Armageddon. He just sells Armageddon. Resurrect, Summon, and Sword Strike. How much does Armageddon cost? Armageddon spell will cost just a meager 185 gold. That's all. Steal of a deal. Agreeable. Most agreeable. We can destroy the world for only 185 gold. Seance. There we go. Yes, agreeable. Would I like another spell? I don't know. Like, I feel like there's some more utility spells that I could get that would be beneficial. Like, oh, I can't remember the name of it, but there's one that destroys magical barriers. And that has been very useful in the past. But I've only come across one instance in this one so far where that actually would have been useful. Magic Unlock, yeah, I got that. I got that a while back. Yeah, I ran into more than a couple of things that needed magical unlock. Let me just double check on my spell book here. Yeah, we got lots of unlock magic. I think I got Mass Might as well. Yeah, that's a cool spell. And I can cast Armageddon 14 times. But not until I gain one more level. YOLO, Shamino. Those are hungry people. YOLO and Shamino. Alright. Who's got training points? Is there anybody I want to train here? Honestly, the trainer here is pretty terrible. Raybert. Dispel Field, yeah, that's what it is. Alright, off to Skara Brae. I wonder when I'll get to that level 8. 3,500 maybe? YOLO has so much training points. I would actually like to take him to U and level him up at the Dex trainer in U. He's very good. Bradman. 2 points of training for 2 points of dexterity. Julia's still so damn low. I don't know why I thought she was higher than that. 14, 15, and 18. That's just terrible. She's only got a few more levels left, too. Enchant makes bolts or arrows magical. I didn't even see that spell. That sounds like a great spell. As I walk further away from Cove. It's fine. I think we might stop off at U on the way to Skara Brae. It's very close. I would like to train YOLO. And just pump as many training points as I can into dexterity for him. Guess we could stop in and say hey to Sentry. Howdy, old friend. Hard at training. How may I help thee, Morgan? I just wanted to say hi. Thou dost not remember me. I'm Sentry. We've gone adventuring together in the past. Mark? I don't know if I've got Mark, but I have Recall. That's what warps me around with the stones I never use. I only have 2 of the stones on me anyways. Reveal also useful when fighting an invisible enemy. Well, can't go too heavy in magic. That would go against my better nature. So we're right here at Skara Brae. If we continue west, we'll get there. But instead we're gonna go north. Well, we've had Sentry in our party. Not just in previous games, but we've had him in our party for quite a while in this one as well. I dropped him off back at his training hall there. He's a master swordsman that can train you up. Something's attacking me. This poor wolf. A little fox. Should be wary of the foxes, though. They, the last fox I met was not very kind. He had a lot of insults to hurl at me. Nothing like hunting with a Zweihander. Hunting the legendary 5-legged deer of Britannia. Dance? There's a spell called Dance that you can make people dance with? Watch out for bridge trolls. Right here. I give up, says Julia. Julia, what's the matter? Did you get really hurt? Yeah, she sure did. Give that girl the rifle, maybe. It's Katrina. Black. She didn't like that. Well, you're gonna have to deal with it. I don't want to take that gold nugget. Mutilated, decapitated troll bodies. I like the trolls. These badass mohawked trolls. Okay, here we go. Bradman. This was the trainer I was talking about. This is what we came all the way here for. Bradman greets you. Hail, my lord. Why, 'tis my job to train the many who visit you to become more agile. Train. Yes. YOLO wants to train. I cannot charge a master such as myself such as thyself full price. That's another good thing about this, guys. He goes real cheap if you're training YOLO with him. YOLO and Bradman spend some time taking target practice with the bow. Shortly, YOLO notices a significant increase in hand-eye coordination. Yeah, 2 points. 2 points at this guy. For 2 points of dexterity. Should be able to max YOLO's dexterity out. Yeah, he's still got another level to go, too. YOLO's gonna get mighty tough. Now, who else would benefit here? Janna. Janna could definitely benefit for here. So could Julia, but I think I'd rather train her at Chad. Oh, you can go beyond level 8. Nothing for poor Saramed. He doesn't get too many kills. Well, anyways, YOLO's a beast now. Now, I do want to go up here to the Abbey and cast some unlock magic on a place I wasn't able to unlock the last time I was here. There's a mage who lives in the by the Abbey, and he's locked his house with with a magical lock. Sorry. And when I was here last, I did not have the unlock magic, so we might as well do that while we're here. If I can find the old coot's house. Jacqueline, hey, what's up? Welcome. Welcome to Britannia. Down. Okay. We're looking for the house of a wizened old sage who's locked himself in his home with some magical locks. Down, down, we must go down. Down on the other side of the chessboard, I think, isn't it? Oh, right below the chessboard. Unlock magic. Hooyah! It's the home of Nicodemus, one of the great minds of Britannia, and in ancient days anyways. These days, he likes to hit his window with a hammer and light his books on fire. Nicodemus! What's going on? Your old friend Nicodemus has a faraway look in his eyes. Name? That is a very good question. Some days I can actually remember. Let's see. Today... Yes! I am Nicodemus! 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 Nico... Kukodamas! Ha 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 ha! Job. To go absolutely mad, for that is indeed what is happening. My magic no longer works. Every time I attempt to change something into a drake, it only becomes a newt. Oh, newty wooty, scooty booty. He speaks to an imaginary creature beside him. Who asked thee? Away with thee! He turns to you. Sorry. That bloody newt keeps trying to undermine my conversation. Anyways, I suppose I can sell thee some reagents, potions, or spells. I must make a living somehow. I mean somehow, some cow. I mean somehow. That was some cow. Ha ha ha. Wizards. Magic? What magic? All the magic in the world has gone completely topsy-turvy. Oh, burpsy flurpsy. Ha ha ha. Those are silly words, are they not? 'Tis a pity they are not magical. Ha ha ha. Enchant? Thou dost want me to enchant this wretched thing? Thou must have a brain of a toad, toady-woady, Cody, ha ha! Do me a favor, Mr. Avatar, repair the blinking ether, wilt thou? Do that, and I can enchant thy glowblass, I mean flower sass. I mean hourglass. Tell that to thy Time Lord. Thou canst also tell him he needs a bath. What? Alright. We were talking about this last stream, that a lot of things in Ultima games, they tend to be skippable. I feel like that was a question that I won't know what it pertains to until after we've talked to the Time Lord. Like, he's speaking to me as if I've already spoken to the Time Lord, and that hasn't happened yet, so maybe I shouldn't be here yet. But that's fine, I just wanted to take a look at his spells. Destroy trap. That would be good for those invisible caltrops. Enchant. Enchant sounded cool, I'll buy that. I may never use it, but I'll buy it. And I think I'll grab destroy trap. Oh, destroy trap doesn't work on the invisible caltrops. Well, shit. Mark. Grab Mark. I don't think I have that. Dispel field. Not enough gold. Fire ring, magic storm, poison field, tremor. Now we're getting into like the straight up like wizard shit. Yeah, none of that holds any interest to me. Boobity boobity bye. Stones, yes it does. It does have lyrics written by the real YOLO himself. The real life YOLO, who is also pretty handy with a crossbow, I hear. Makes his own crossbows and plays with the lute. He's a jolly looking sort of fellow. I remember seeing Garriott speak to him one time on a Shroud of the Avatar. I don't know what you would... Shroud of the Avatar promotional video, we'll see. Yeah, you can drag the caltrops out of the way, Prawn. Be nice if you could just blow them up. Waste of money, but whatever. We got lots. Watch for bridge trolls. There was a bridge very close to Britain in Ultima 4 that I would grind. I grind out 4 or 5 levels there, I think. Right by Britannia on the way to Cove in Ultima 4. You could just run around by that bridge and you'd get assaulted by trolls who gave off pretty decent experience. Yeah, put the invisible caltrops in a container if you can. That's wise. All right. This is where the road turns and we head to Scarbray, which is apparently a city of the dead these days. I remembered Scarbray being a lush, forested city of rangers and spirituality. Oh! That was a good one. Ooh, evil music. Used to put the invisible caltrops in your backpack, then drop them in the paths of the guards in Britain. Nice. Spooky, yeah. You know what? This is a good October game, isn't it? I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, this is kind of a... It's not a horror game or anything, but it was even marketed like it was... had some horror in it. I remember they marketed it as such. I'll take a leg of mutton. Wow, straight up. We got Charon over here. Death himself. Let's get rid of this spooky music with some nice horn. Okay. This is an interesting enough place. I'll try translating this. Try translating this plaque here. Just watch Clash of the Titans, the old one. That's awesome. That stop motion animation is really cool. B L O Does it? I can't remember all that well. Clash of the Titans. That's Perseus, isn't it? And he has to fight the Medusa and the Kraken and yeah. My Greek mythology is hazy. I only ever really paid attention to Hercules, which was a great story. I always loved the story of Hercules. Moo Perry, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Ultima, the worlds of Ultima. Talking about Greek mythology. Well, I know he's in the I shouldn't say I know, but Charon is in the Hercules story, I believe, because Hercules has to go to hell for one of his trials and defeat Kerberos. And I think they go to hell too in the Golden Fleece. Jason and the Argonauts. I don't know. They go to hell all the time in Greek mythology. Place is a revolving door. Why am I so blind on some of these runes? W, that's what it was. Blow is the first word. Blow, horn. Blowhorn to summon fairy. You beat me to it, Stu. You beat me to it like you usually do. I'm slow on the runes. Well, we already have the fairy over here, so... The hooded figure in the boat ignores you completely. That's a good face. Do I really need to go through all this trouble, though? Couldn't I just have sailed my ship over to Skara? Before you stands a tall, skeletal figure in a ghostly boat. He holds out his hand to you and says in a sepulchral voice, I am the ferryman of Skara. Thou must pay 2 coins to cross the misty channel. Misty channel. He turns to the side and waves his skeletal hand in a sweeping gesture over the water upon his boat, which his boat rests. This is the misty channel. Your name? I am the ferryman. His voice creaks like the rocking of the boat. Your job? Job? The ferryman doesn't respond at first, shaking his head from side to side in puzzlement. I am the ferryman. Sounds like a lazy layabout to me. Yes, if you pay me, I can take you across the misty channel. Skara. He turns all the way around and points across the water to the west. There. The salmon moose. Okay. Pay. Wilt thou pay my price for passage to Skara? Yes. You place the coins in the shade's palm, and his bony fingers close over them. Step aboard if thou wouldst go to the Isle of the Dead. Evil music. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. This is the same music that plays when you come across the murders, isn't it? This song's fucking wicked. Just destroyed, eh? Just obliterated. What the hell happened here? I guess we're gonna find out. Very reminiscent of Magencia after the destruction. Ooh, it's ghosts. Oh, I'm stuck on the chair. The ghosts are freezing me. They're all ghosts. Look at them. This place is creepy. Who said that? Standing before you with a hand on her hip is a lovely young woman with long black hair. Ooh, thou art a big one, my lord. She does something. I missed that one. Sorry, I clicked that. I'd wager thou couldst lift me over thine head. She smiles enticingly. Well, you're a ghost, probably. However, you doubt that you could even touch her in her ghostly state. Thou mayest call me Paulette, gorgeous. What can I do for thee? She winks at you. I'm looking for the tortured one. She appears puzzled for an instant, and then she nods her head. Oh, thou must be referring to Cain. He was the alchemist who was responsible for the fire. Fire? Oh, yes. It was horrible. The tavern caught on fire. I ran to my room hoping to escape the flames, but then I started coughing. I couldn't breathe. Her chest rises and falls quickly as if she's reliving the experience. Finally, I could take it no longer. She brings the back of her hand to her forehead dramatically. I fainted. Then I was here again, just like thou dost see me now. Her smile is like that of a child. Here again. Yes, 'twas quite odd. When I awoke, it was as if I had never left when the fire began. In fact, were it not for the scorch marks everywhere, I would doubt that the fire ever happened. Tavern. Why, 'tis called the Keg of Spirits. That's a fine name for a tavern, dost thou not agree? She smiles. Job? Well, my lord, I used to clean tables here. As she says this, she bends over and pretends to wipe a table clean. You notice how low the cut of her bodice really is. Ooh. Yeah, that ghost got an ass. And serve people like thyself, of course. None so handsome. Her ghostly features blush prettily. But that was before, she shudders, the fire. They got cool frames here at Scarborough. Hey, it's a functioning inn. Buy. Thou dost wish to purchase something? Yes. I'm sorry, my lord, she giggles, but all we serve here is spirits. That's a good one, wench, laughs the portly ghost. Paulette rushes up to you as you say goodbye and gives you a little kiss on the cheek. She backs away slowly. Farewell, handsome. Bet Spark had some comments for here. Well, maybe next time. The pale-looking ghost turns your direction and gives you a warm smile. Hello, could it be that we have met somewhere before, my lord? You see recognition in his eyes, then it fades. Forgive me, he shakes his head, then smiles. I'm the shade of Quentin. We have met before. Last thing we need to do is get Spark interested in dead chicks. Seriously, like, he's probably better off not experiencing this particular adventure. The last thing we did with him was wench at the baths. That's a pretty good retirement adventure for young Spark. Quentin. Now this is going to be a struggle remembering this. Quentin. That was Ultima VI. And Quentin lived here in Scarborough in Ultima VI 200 years ago. And he was a fisherman. No, he was dead. His friend was a fisherman. Yeah, there was his friend, his wife, and his daughter. And Quentin died. He was murdered before I even got to the town. And that was a quest that I never solved. in Ultima 6. I didn't know if you could solve it or not. If I'm remembering correctly, anyways. That's who I think this is. That's why he said that we had met before. Forgive me, he shakes his head and smiles. I'm the shade of Quentin. Quentin. I'm called Quentin, my lord. Your job? He smiles at your question. I once roamed the sea for days at a time, gathering mine harvest of fish. Yeah, he was already dead and it wasn't solvable. Okay. That always really confused me if it was... if it was solvable or not. Yeah, Spark does have additional dialogue a lot of times in the game as a hard decision kicking him to the curb, but now we're not traveling around with a 9-year-old. I felt bad almost getting him addicted to silver serpent venom and all of the massacres I made him take part in. Shade. My story's a long and sad one. I hope thou hast some time. He appears thoughtful for a moment and then begins. When I was a young man, I met a lovely woman by the name of Gwen. I made her my wife, and we lived for a time happy and carefree. She brought a light into the world, and we called her Marnie, which means the cool breeze after a storm. He smiles to himself at some memory, then continues with a furrowed brow. Then one day my wife was taken from me. I know not where, or by whom, save that they were evil men. Soon after, my sweet Marnie became sick at heart, and I feared for her health. I could not take time from my fishing to care for her, but I needed gold, so I made a deal with a man who was not to be trifled with. This was mine undoing, for when I failed to repay his loan, he came to me one night and slew me. I had not a chance to fight back or call for help. He falls silent. But that was long before the fire that turned this whole island into the land of the dead. It seems that Mistress Morda, of the town healer, thought she had a plan to stop the lich Horrence, which she told to the mayor. Horrence was, he was the mage that lived on an island just off of Scarbray. I think that was Horrence. He was a mage that lived off the coast of Scarbray, and was a pretty friendly sort of guy, if I remember correctly. He became a lich. It seems that Mistress Morda, the town healer, thought she had a plan to stop the lich Horrence, which she told to the mayor. I'm not sure exactly what she planned, but it involved Trent, the town smith, and Cain, the alchemist. Not long after Cain began his work, a maelstrom of fire tore over the island, destroying everything. Scarbray burned for days. Cain, he looks as if he expected your question. Alas, Cain is in his attempt to free us of the lich, instead damned us to become slaves of the selfsame lich. How so? Yes, we are his slaves. Every night at midnight we must go to the Dark Tower and become servants of his black mass. I only know this because Morda tells us it is so. I have no recollection of ever having been to the Dark Tower at all. His expression betrays his fear. Trent. Ah, the poor man knows the spirit-wrenching feeling of a lost almost as well as I. His wife, Rowena, was killed by the walking dead, and Mistress Morda claims that she saw her sitting on a throne next to the lich's own. I believe this has driven Trent somewhat mad. He works night and day upon some oddly formed cage. Strange, though, he never seems to finish it. He doth not seem to recall that he died in the fire either, but a great hatred for Horrence still burns in his heart. Mayor. The mayor, Quentin selects his words carefully. Well, he believes that the discretion is the better part of valor. so he may be able to offer thee some aid, but thou art likely first to need to convince him that thou art not here to hurt him. The Lich. Once, over 2 centuries ago, I knew a gifted mage named Horrence. His 2 loves in his life were the study of magic and writing lovely poetry. The people of Scar Bray felt safe in the knowledge that this sort of mage protected the town. Then he began to change. First, his beautiful sonnets became rhyming doggerel. It became the only way in which he would speak. That's how I knew him, as just kind of like a name, like a rhyming madman, basically. His spells, which he displayed before the townsfolk, became destructive and violent. People began to fear him. My death occurred at about this time, not long after he became reclusive. He had a tower built on the northern point and never removed himself from it. Then one night, the graves in the graveyard opened and the dead began to walk. The barkeep nods his head emphatically. That's right, I seen it, I did. They marched to his tower, and now they roam all over the island, performing his bidding. It be getting so's a ghost cannot make an honest living no more. The barkeep looks a bit disgruntled. Mistress Morda. Quentin looks hopeful. If thou wouldst like to assist us, she is the best one to speak to. She seems to know a way to rid us of the Lich, at the least. And the tortured one. He's the reason why we're here. We need to speak to the tortured one. Cain. He was an alchemist here on Scar Bray. Now he spends his days in eternal pain caused by his guilt from causing the fire that destroyed the town. Trying to stop the Lich and burnt the whole place down. Marnie. After I was murdered, my good friend Yorl cared for her as his own. He tried his best, but her sickness only worsened. Yes, I remember Yorl and Marnie. After several months, she weakened and died. Damn. He stops here, tears filling his ghostly eyes, and then angrily he says, And now her spirit is held by Horrence the Lich. Thou must rescue her from that foul beast. He attempts to grab you, but his hands pass through without resistance. Now, Quen. Settle down. The barkeep moves closer to you and whispers, Forgive him, my lord. He sometimes loses control like that when he talks about his daughter. Sure, and you can understand, though. All right, that's it. So who killed him? Who killed Quentin? He turns back to his conversation with the barkeep. I kind of expected him to just tell me. The corpulent, undead barkeep greets you with a wide, gruesome smile. Come, stranger. Have a seat near old Markham and tell me your your travels. I don't often get visitors here anymore. The heavy-set zombie wipes his mouth. He's a zombie, not a ghost. The heavy-set zombie wipes his mouth off on the back of his hand. I be Markham o' the keg. He pats the large keg of wine he carries. This zombie carrying around a keg of wine. Oh, I think I remember that guy. Like, he wasn't in Scar Bray. He was on the road towards Scar Bray, between Scar Bray and Britain. If that's the dude I'm thinking of, I remember Okay. Yeah, I didn't like the way he talked to me. So I remember I tossed my sword on the ground and started to beat on him with my fists. And he ran away like a coward, and I killed him by accident. So I just stuffed him behind his home and never really thought about him again. Murder avenged! Why I run this fine establishment, the Keg of Spirits. For a moment he becomes serious. This place once drew folk from all across Britannia, gargoyle and human alike, until the fire, that is. He looks uncomfortable. Cain blew the town to the four winds, and now we're all trapped here, slaves of that bastard Horrence. Tiny blue flames appear in the pupils of his glazed eyes, then go out as he regains his composure. Please, Markham, have a little pity for Cain. He was trying to create something to save the town when he made his fatal mistake. The pale ghost looks deeply troubled. Oh, I suppose you're right, Quen. I was just trying to help when he was just trying to help us when he called the proverbial fires of hell down on us. It just rankles me to have died in my prime. His roguish smile once again lightens his ghostly visage. Horrence. For all the years I've been in Scarbray, he's been a raving lunatic. What with all them silly rhymes and his crazed laughter. Then one night, we all hears thunder when there isn't a cloud in the starry sky, and I seem to recall a full moon. He gets thoughtful look in his face. But as I was saying, there was this thunder and then this deep, dark laughter coming from the tower on the northern point. Horrence's dark tower. After this, he falls silent for a moment. The pale ghost moves forward and whispers, I was already living in the half-world of the dead when these events took place, and ever since I felt a strange pull coming from the tower. After a brief swig, he continues, Then, even worse, I'm out checking the cows when I hears a sound like moaning. It's off to the east, so I look that way, into the graveyard, you know. And what do I see? I'll tell you what I seen. The graves, ripping open like the people in 'em got a place to go. Eyes wide, he tips back another sip. Cain. A look of disgust comes to his disfigured features. That tortured soul haunts the crater made by his foolish mistake. I wouldn't go near him, though. He's a bit daft, you know. He refills his mug from the cask at his side and swigs down most of the wine in one swallow. He's a tortured soul. That's just the name of the rest of us in Scarbray call him. The tortured one. He grins embarrassed. Scarbray, that's the name of this island you're on. He shakes his head. Keg of spirits. He truly looks sad as he says, This place was once my pride and joy. The keg was known all around Britannia, and a few places, too. Well, now it don't look like too much, but in its heyday, it saw the likes of nobles, knights, minstrels, and merchants. And of course, a bit of riffraff, to be sure. He winks at you. His spirit seems indomitable. Okay, yeah, I already asked him about that. Okay. Oh, are you leaving then? Well, you take care and watch out for those walking dead. Some of them aren't too happy about their state, and none too picky about who they complain to, neither. In other words, brains. More brains. Aye. What? Oh, what do you guys... what's going on? Shit. I think I was taking a bunch of fire damage there or something, maybe. Always worried whenever I see ash piles and people start screaming for no reason. The fires don't seem to pop up properly for me a lot of times. Oh, they get scared by ghosts moving it, and it makes them puke? That's what these puddles are? Oh. Get over it. God damn, what a bunch of cowards. There's piles of puke all over the floor. That's amazing. Oh man, this is like the coolest area in the game so far. Assaulted. We're getting assaulted. The tavern was getting invaded by skeletons. Oh, just a straight up ghost, eh? Those guys are really powerful. Mostly, I think they don't get affected by a lot of attacks. It's that same weird sound that was happening on that one island by Serpent's Hold. Curse thine offspring. I guess technically this is a new town, so there's probably a clue book entry, isn't there? Let's go check that out. Let's see if there's a clue book entry for Scarbray. Page 20, apparently. Full of shit. Oh, I see. It's 26. Because it's double-sided. Here we go. Scarbray. So Anton has his stuff to say first here. And he says, can you see all that stuff? You can't see all that stuff, eh? The way I have the window set up. Cut off too much. Alright. Scarbray. Anton says, I had a bit of trouble finding subjects with whom I could speak. It seems everyone perished in the fire, and I was in no position, nor had I the desire to speak with Horrence the Lich. After a while I was able to build enough courage to investigate the cemetery. Out of the corner of my eye I chanced upon an elderly woman. Something was odd about her, though. I could see her, but I could see through her as well. I tried to speak, but my words could not reach her. Finally, she began to move her arms in an intricate pattern, spellcasting, I'm sure. When she finished, she spoke to me soft, comforting tones, and even gave me a quick check to make sure I was uninjured. From her, I was able to obtain information of what had befallen Scarbray. That's probably, what was her name? Mordana? Mordra? Mordra. Oh, and narrated by her, the old spellcaster. A few of us who remained here are but spirits now. Ages ago, the mage Horrence, mad from years of isolation, happened upon the formula for immortality. Sadly, the required enchantments also turned him into a wicked, power-hungry lich. In addition to his other evils, Horrence took from Trent, our blacksmith, his wife, Rowena. He sent his undead minions to retrieve her shortly before the Inferno, which they did, dead. The brainless, rotting corpses killed her. Oh, yes. So he sent the zombies out to grab her, and instead they tore her to shreds. The Inferno? Ah, I should tell thee of the Inferno. In an effort to destroy the magics that had possessed Horns, the townsfolk labored to concoct a special potion. However, during the creation of its formula, the alchemist's laboratory erupted into flames, quickly engulfing the entire island in fiery death. All who lived here perished in the blaze, save Horns, who still resides in his dark tower. Rowena, or rather her spirit, resides there with him, unaware of all that has befallen her. Poor Trent does nothing but repeat the same task he was engaged in when the fires struck, building the cage necessary to trap the Lich. 'Tis doubtful he is even aware of his death. He just continues to hammer away at the cage, and Rowan seems to be in a similar daze. I know that if there was some way to waken her, she would have a key to helping Trent. I keep wondering if there's something of hers left in the smithy that might trigger her awareness if presented to her. Likely as not, the fault of the fire lies with Forsyth, for I suspect his ineptitude made him forget the proper proportions of the potion's ingredients. 'Tis truly sad, for it is Cain the alchemist who assumes the blame. He is known here on the island as the Tortured One. In fact, that poor soul is forced by his own imagination to feel the licking of the flames continuously scorching his body. The only other spirits here are Markham and Paulette, the proprietor and server of the Keg of Spirits, and Quentin. Of course, Quentin was killed centuries ago, even before Horns went insane, by the despicable scoundrel Michael. Yes, there we go. The despicable scoundrel Michael, who paid for his crimes without me even knowing it. At least I forget the ferryman who'd I'd wager brought thee to this accursed isle still mans his post. I doubt any force in Britannia could drive him away. The trip across the channel from the mainland to Scarborough will cost thee 2 gold. Thou hast but to pay the ferryman once per completed trip, for he charges nothing to return to the mainland, and will wait for thee before departing from the isle. There's the docks, Keg of Spirits. We're probably right around in here somewhere. Mordra should be right in front of us. This is the graveyard, I'm guessing. Above Mordra is the town hall. Then we've got the blacksmiths. Further north, the alchemist. A couple of regular buildings. And the dark tower of Horns the Lich. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. There we go. All right. Oh, this looks very familiar to me. This was the view from one of the crystal balls, wasn't it? I feel like this was the view from the crystal ball in the bathhouse in Buccaneer's Den. Skellingtons. Da-da-da. Oh. 2 arms. I don't even see what's attacking us. Come back, guys. Come back. Come back. Come back. Everybody come back. Keep getting trapped in these mushrooms. What the hell? I mean, they're all dead. I should be able to loot these reagents, no problem, right? Just watch, everybody's gonna be freaking out at me. Avatar, is that virtuous? No, we're good. Artifacts of Darkness by Mordra Morgdalin. Within the pages of this handwritten book are many references to the devices of destructive power. Amongst them are Mondane's Skull and a gem of immortality, Minax's crystal ring, and the dark core of Exodus's memories. More recent entries describe the crown of the Lich King, the Well of Souls, and a mysterious black rock sword, which apparently has the power to slay even one so powerful as Lord British. The black rock sword, yeah. You guys have mentioned that to me a couple times. That is a nice reagent score. A short essay involving a metal plate hung above a door explains what seems to be a far simpler method of dispatching the noble monarch. What? A short essay involving a metal plate hung above a door explains what seems to be a far simpler method of dispatching the noble monarch. Okay, Jana, hold on to this book. I feel like that's a hint. I feel like that's a hint to killing Lord British. Oh, ghost. Here we go. Here's Mordra. I could barely even see her there. Hello, my lord. Thou mayest call me Mistress Morda. She peers at you closely. And thou must be Morgan, the Avatar. She looks you over thoroughly. She lifts up her arms, and in one of them you see an Ankh. Words which you vaguely recognize flow from her lips, and the Ankh glows brightly. She stops chanting, and the Ankh dims. After her analysis of your condition is complete, "Ah, it is good to see that the world has been treating thee well. How may I serve thee, O virtuous one?" Loot in her house with her sitting right there. I mean, I've been trying to kill Lord British in every Ultima game, but I feel like I've missed one or two of them. One of the best ones was in Ultima 3. I think it was Ultima 3. I had to hit him and then run away and lure him outside of the castle. And then I hopped in a boat and shot him with the cannon. Shot him with the cannon on my ship over and over again until he died. She kind of looks like a sack of potatoes. How may I serve thee, O virtuous one? She smiles at you. Thou art quite forgetful, Morgan. As I have told thee, I am known as Mordra, stupid-ass Avatar. Job, I was the healer of this town before the fire erupted that shattered the lives of those here. I also dabbled in secret magical arts for a while. She winks at you slyly. Such as? Her eyes twinkle mischievously. If I were to reveal them to thee, they wouldn't be a secret any longer now, would they? Fire. 'Twas the doom of this town, although I place no blame upon the alchemist Cain, for I was the one who told him the recipe that I am sure will rid us of Horns the Lich. Recipe. 'Twas but a simple mixture of a few ingredients. It should have worked. Her eyes narrow. I expect that mayor of ours, Forsyth, fouled things up. That man is a bumbling idiot. It's his fault that the island was destroyed. I gave him the exact proportions of the reagents to be used in the magical formula, and he paraphrased it to the alchemist. Cain, by the size of the fire, I am sure he misquoted the amount of mandrake root by 10-fold. Damn that foolish man. Her brow creases, and you can see that this is a subject that she likes to avoid. Cain, now those who reside here call him the Tortured One. That is because he is in eternal pain caused by the searing flames licking at his flesh. The pain is imagined, but to him 'tis real as thou or I, or at least as real as thou art. Lives. Wouldst thou like to know about the townsfolk of Scarborough? Yes. Very well then, of whom wouldst thou speak? Oh, bother. Ferryman. I know very little about that one. He's been here since the Lich called upon the angry dead from their graves. I know one thing, though. Even thou shouldst defeat Horrence, he will remain here under the Gace he serves? Never heard of that word. She looks a little sad as she tells you this. Angry dead. The graves of our ancestors have spilled forth the dead of Scarborough. Their minds and their hearts are rotted, and they care not for the living, hence the name Angry Dead. Markham, she gives you a cocked smile. That rascal opened up one of the best pubs this side of Buccaneer's Den, or so he'd have you to believe. He's a bit rough around the edges, but he knows how to buy good wine, that's for sure. And his taste in barmaids isn't half bad either. She winks. If thou hast met Paulette, thou dost know of what I speak. Hottest ghost I ever seen. Pronounced gesh in Irish folklore, an obligation to, or prohibition, magically imposed on a person. Prohibition, sorry. Bound by Zgesh. Paulette. She's quite a lovely girl, although a bit childlike in outlook. Her father was not of this world, I believe. She spoke with an odd inflection, and his appearance was very unlike most other people of Britannia. What? Paulette's father wasn't of this world. But then thou wellest knowest many people of other worlds come to this island. I've even heard it rumored that Lord British himself is an outworlder. Imagine that, a sly expression crosses her face. Imagine it. Yeah, the story of Lord British is pretty interesting. Well, not that interesting, but I think it's funny how he is also an Earthling like most of my companions. And the first person he saw when he visited Britannia was Shamino. So it's like Garriott meeting Garriott. And Shamino like hits himself in the leg with his axe or something. He was chopping a tree and hit himself in the leg with his axe like an idiot. And Lord British like heals his wound. And Shamino's all like, wow! Become the lord of all the lands. Quentin. That poor man has had a life fraught with grief. The one ailment, none of my magic seems to be able to do much about. His wife, Gwen, was taken by a rather nasty group of men several years after the birth of their daughter, Marnie. I know what happened to her, but I have spared Quentin this knowledge out of pity. The men thought that she was noble lady due to her unsurpassed beauty. When they found out she was the wife of a lowly fisherman, they raped her brutally. Holy fuck. They raped her brutally and sold her to a disreputable brothel. Fortunately, she died not long after her arrival there. Mordred looks profoundly saddened. Marnie, yes, yes, half-told tale is no tale after all, she continues with her account of Quentin's sad life. Marnie took ill after her mother's abduction and lived with one foot in the grave for several years more. Finally, Quentin could take it no longer. He borrowed money from a violent man named Michael, who went by the moniker Blade. When he could not repay the loan, Blade slew him. However, this is not the end of my piteous tale, for even after his death, Quentin's shade was forced to remain in the town of spirituality. Yeah, you find his ghost. I'm pretty sure you do find his ghost, but you can't communicate with it properly. Where he had to watch his beloved Marnie grow more ill and eventually die. Yorl, the man who cared for Marnie after her father's death, built a shrine for her earthly body. She grows silent for a while, eyes downcast. It's my sincere hope that thou shalt rid us of Horrence, so that Quentin may join his loved ones wherever they may be. Blade. Her face becomes passionless for the first time since you met her. The reason I know this story is because my late brother, Rinaldo, sat on the bench of the High Court in you. He wrote to me about the capture of not only Blade, but also of the pirates who abducted Quentin's wife. Yes, the capture of Blade. The pirates spent the rest of their days in the lowest cells of the dungeon, and Blade met his fate upon the edge of a guillotine. Blade met his fate on the edge of my knuckles, pounding into his face, until he got bludgeoned to death. A fitting death, dost thou not think? Goodbye, young Morgan. Take care of thyself, but should ill befall thee, I hope that thou wilt come back here and let me minister thine ailments. She smiles kindly as you leave. Good info. Fortunately, she died, yeah. Yeah, she was following up on something that happened to one of the ghosts in the tavern in Ultima VI. One of the ghosts in the tavern is a guy named Quentin, and in Ultima VI you come to Scarbray. It looks nothing like this. It's a lush forest town on an island. But Quentin was murdered by one of the characters in that game. It makes you seem like it's a quest that you can solve in Ultima VI. I remember spending like hours wandering around the town talking to everybody, trying to figure out, what the hell happened, but you can never figure it out in that game. So there it is. She tells you. They finally resolved it. Well, I guess in a way I kind of resolved it in Ultima 6 by beating the killer to death with my fists. Some valorous justice. I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna leave it like this. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Continue to figure out our problems here in Scarborough. This skeleton out here, this dancing skeleton. So we had the graveyard to our south. The alchemists and a few more buildings were to the north, as well as the Dark Tower. I'm going to take a quick second here to just jot some of this information down in my notes. And I might as well grab these potions here too. Right, we can give them to Jana for now. That fancy one I've never seen before. What is that? It's kind of black and red. And I think this is just it's just a vase. So let's continue to try to find the tortured one. That is who we're here to speak to. Look at this skeleton. Hey, get out of here. Mind your own business. No spooky chairs moving by themselves. And a ghost in the corner. You see a middle-aged ghost cowering in the corner of his burnt-out room. He's shaking from head to toe, and as you approach, he jumps out, waving an ankh in your face. "Thou'lt not have me, foul beast! Back, back, I say! In the name of the virtues, back!" He slowly notices that this is having no effect other than to surprise you, and looks more closely in your direction. He looks from you to a picture of you on the wall. Back and forth, he looks, squinting his eyes until they grow wide with relief. "Oh, thank thee for coming. Lord British finally called thee to help us." He's obviously suffering from some delusion. "I am Mayor Forsyth. Dost thou think it will take long for thee to defeat the Lich?" The Lich. "Why, yes, the Lich has been a horrible scourge on my poor town. First he drives away all visitors by raising the dead. Then, in an attempt to stop him, the town is destroyed in a terrible fire. Well, I suppose that it's not strictly his fault, but, well, something had to be done about him." Forsyth looks a little flustered. Fire. He puts his arms around your shoulders and whispers, "Mistress Morta, our healer. Thought she found a way to get rid of Horrence once and for all. All we have to do is make a gold cage, or was it an old cage? Well, no matter. We make this cage, and someone," he smiles at you, "lowers it onto the Well of Souls to do something or other to it. When this is done, thou shalt catch the lich off guard late at night and snap it tight around him. Sounds easy thus far, yes? Well now, after that... LG! L. I missed the rest of it. We'll say L. Thank you for the follow, L. I really appreciate it, man. We're at a pretty cool part in this game right now. On an island of the dead. Trying to solve their problems here. Deal with a lich who's raised the dead on the island. And deal with these friendly ghosts who have all perished in this extinction level fire that happened. Yeah, you'd think the state of this place would be big news, but nobody else really mentions it. Somebody did, though. I couldn't tell you who, but I knew that Scarbray was destroyed before we got here. And I would have only gotten that information from somebody in the game. Probably some drunk in some tavern. Well now, after that thou needest only pour on him the magic liquid that the alchemist was making. He pauses here as if a little embarrassed. I apparently got the proportions a bit off when I told the alchemist about the formula. Anyways, it should be as easy as falling off a log for thee. I guess thou hadst best be running along now. Mistress Morda can tell thee ever so much more about this than I can. Be careful though, she's a dangerous old wench. We can grill this guy a little bit later. Oh yes, something, something. He sighs heavily as you start to leave, then returns to his vigil in the corner. Apparently this is a picture of me. I might have to steal it off the wall. Put it in our house later. Oh yeah, it's definitely Forsyth's fault. To the death. Oh, somebody got some friendly fire. Well, isn't that nice? This'll be Trent, the blacksmith, feverishly working away on the cage that Forsyth mentioned was going to trap the lich. Huh. Cool. We gotta find the tortured one, though. A little bit further north is the alchemist. This is it here, I think. No. A plaque. A plaque that says... What does that say? That's, to he... to the Dark Tower. Oh, just a signpost. No. No. Always locks up a little bit like that whenever I go back to full screen. So is this the Dark Tower? No, this is the Alchemists. Weird music change there. It's for the tourists, yep. The ghostly man displays a face filled with pain. Ah! He gasps. I'm called Cain, but I have also been given an alias by my fellow townspeople. To them, I'm known as the Tortured One. He moves his hands in a sweeping gesture, but seems to indicate nothing, and thou canst see why. Why? The flames, fool, the flames! Again he gasps. Job. He smirks at your comment. Thou wishest to know my job? I will tell thee my job, he shouts. To burn here in eternal flames for my crimes against the fair city of Scarabray. That, he pauses for emphasis, is my job. After a moment, he calms down. I apologize, my lord. I realize the question was not intended to further torment me. He sighs and turns his face away from you. At one time, I was the alchemist here. Scarabray, 'twas a thriving town before I destroyed it. His jaw tightens and his face clenches. Why? Why? I thought I had a shitty job. He again gasps in agony, but quickly regains control. There were so many innocent people, he says, staring directly at you. I cannot believe I'm responsible for all their deaths. People, you wishest know whom I killed. I can only assume that all perished in the blaze. Markham and his barmaid, Paulette, Trent and Forsyth, and of course, Mordra the healer. Forsyth is the mayor. Perhaps thou canst find him in the town hall, shouldst thou wish to speak with him. Trent, was the blacksmith. Mine one consolation lay within him, for I thought there would be at least one advantage to his death. Sadly, he inhales quickly. Even that did not occur. Yes, because the blacksmith was so tormented by the loss of his wife. This guy was hoping that at the very least he would be able to find rest and peace. Advantage. The Lich took all from Trent, the one most valuable thing in the blacksmith's life, his wife Rowena. I had hoped his death would at least extinguish his pain, he smiles sardonically. Well, it did end his pain in a manner of speaking. The pain is gone, but only to be replaced by his obsessive anger. The poor fool does not even realize he's dead. He thrives on his anger. Rowena. She was all he had lived for. When the Lich tried to take her from him, he was consumed by the emptiness of her death. But after his own demise, he stares directly at you. His bitter feelings soured even further. I suspect there is no reasoning with him now. I doubt he would believe even his own death, let alone care. The blacksmith was once a master of all things metal. Now all he does, so I'm told, is work endlessly on that blasted cage. I know nothing about it other than it was necessary to put the Lich in it before my potion could work on him. Flames. He looks down at the ground, a remorseful expression on his face. The flames are my punishment. Years ago, when the evil Lich first exerted his reign of death over Scarabray, the healer, Mordra, conceived of a plan to remove the creature most foul. She designed a concoction that would destroy the magical bonds that formed the Lich. The formula was presented to the mayor, who passed it on to me. But he scowls. Something went wrong when I was preparing the potion. The proportions were mixed inappropriately, or... I don't know, he shouts, fist clenched. All I remember is the shop exploding and the fire. The fire. All those people dead because of me. Because of my mistake. I've got some questions for you. The ghost looks at you with a hint of amusement. Thou art looking for the answers to the questions of life and death? Yes. The tortured one looks hard at you. After a pause, he speaks. I will tell thee what I know if thou dost agree to help me. Free me. Free all of us. Free us from the evil lich. Okay, I missed that first bit. But he's an evil lich, and he sucks the life forces, the little that remain from our souls. Please, thou must free us from his power. Wilt thou try? Yes. Yes, of course. The tortured one's eyes brighten somewhat as he sees a light at the end of the long, dark tunnel. Then thou hast given me hope. To begin, speak with Mistress Morda. She can tell thee how to accomplish this feat. Goodbye, my lord. He suppresses a pained scream as you depart. This building's funny. I feel like this song is the song that's supposed to play everywhere in here. But for some reason when you step into this room, it plays the regular music. Alright, well, Mordra was south of us. Up there too. Just slaying. Didn't I thought I grabbed this potion. Yeah, I totally did. There's just another one now. Must be important. Greetings once again, Morgan. She lifts up her arms, and in one of them you see an Ankh. Words you vaguely recognize flow from her lips, and Ankh glows brightly. She stops chanting, and the Ankh dims after her analysis of your condition is complete. Ah, it is good to see that the world has been treating thee well. How may I serve thee, O virtuous one? Maybe she doesn't have anything else to say about it. Recipe. 'Twas but a simple mixture of few ingredients, and it should have worked. Her eyes narrow. I expect that the mayor Forsyth fouled things up. Yeah, none of this is new. None of that is new. Just double checking here. Some new information on my fellow townsfolk that could be of use to thee. All this is normal. Maybe this, though. Ingredients, that's different. I think. If I tell thee, thou must be sure to get them right. Otherwise, what happened when I told that blasted mayor will happen again. And while we're here in Scarbray, we here in Scarbray have no more lives to lose, thou hast quite a valuable one. The ingredients necessary to dissolve the lich are... Let's get this down. A potion of invisibility. Potion of healing. Curing, not healing. There's a difference. Curing cures poison. And 1 vial of the essence of mandrake. I have one somewhere in mine house. Remember, only 1 vial. Well, I think those are all the potions that were in her room, actually, because invisibility is black. But I thought healing was red, not curing. Maybe I'm getting them mixed up. Got this graveyard here, too. Might as well give that a look while we're here. The book for the potions. No, I don't think I grabbed it. I should know better than that by now. Heal is yellow, cure is red. Black is invisibility. I'm 100% that black is invisibility. Some headstones, probably. Oh shit! That's a ghost. Oh man, ghosts hit hard. Shamino. Down for the count. Probably funny rhymes and references to some of the devs. Seeing if any of these are in English. Oh, for bloody hell. One's got a statue on it, I think. I don't know. It's so dark and cloudy, I can't see. A mausoleum. What time is it? In the game, 12:22 a.m. There's a corpser. Or is it Reaper? No, it's not a Reaper. Reapers are the trees. Can I get into this mausoleum? There's a switch. Alright, this one will translate. For he love Oh, thanks, Prawn. Yeah. No, Stu, if you beat me, you can just say it for sure. I don't get any kind of giant thrill out of translating these runes. For the love of Marnie. Oh yes, because we were told Jorel, what was his name? Oh, was it Jorel or Yoel? I can't remember his name now. But we were told he made a shrine to Marnie. Loved her like a daughter. I remember that character. Yeah, this is from the intro of Ultima VII. I've used this background, this layout for all of them so far. All of the Ultimas I've played. Except for... Actually, except for the first 4, now that I think about that. Those aren't on Twitch anymore, though. I keep saying this, but I gotta re-upload my Calibeth and Ultima 1, 2, and 3 playthroughs. It's just I didn't have a mic at the time, so they have no commentary. Ring of invisibility in the corpse of Marnie. Too bad it's not a ring of protection. Well, I'm not going to loot Marnie's grave, especially for a ring of invisibility, which we have a whole lot of. What was the lore about Marnie? Marnie was Quentin's daughter, and she was very ill. Quentin lived his hard life as a fisherman and tried to provide Marnie as best of a life as he could and care for her illness. But he took that massive loan from Michael, who at the time was known as Blade. He took a massive loan to help care for his daughter, and was murdered because he couldn't pay the loan off quick enough. After he was murdered, his best friend ended up taking care of his daughter, but her health just kept declining. He couldn't do anything to save her. She ended up dying. So he built her this shrine to I don't know, show her the love. The statue is a tribute to Tolkien. Well, we'll have to translate that as well then. J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah. J.R.R.T. A great man, a great writer. God bless. Bless Tolkien. Not really anything down here in the cemetery, though, eh? All these clouds making it tough to see. Couple of Easter eggs. Ring of invisibility. Some hidden stuff here that might be considered cheating. Ah. I feel like I need a shovel or something like that for here. Thought I might be able to attack him through the gate. Iron bars. Well, that's the only other thing that I've found here. Iron bars. I don't think I've come across that before. Iron bars. Some more there too. I think it's just broken pieces of the fence. Oh, a dev stash. Yeah, we don't like those. Shamino went down. Luckily, he's not dead. Alright, let's go to the town tavern and get the old bedroll out. We need some rest. Even the ghosts are sleeping. Look at that, daylight. Feels like it's been forever. Back to the evil. Alright, so what? We take these back to the alchemist then? And, mix up the potions or something? Who else was hungry? Katrina. Oh shit, Ceramid's out of arrows. He's working off of his sleeping arrows now. Katrina's still hungry. I thought I just gave her food. Big old leg, venison. No thank thee. There you go. Katrina, what the hell? Oh, it was... I gave it to Julia. I knew this was going to be a problem. The two of them sprites are very similar. Alright, headed back up to the alchemist. Where's the ghost? The non-corporeal man stares past you, seemingly past the confines of the building and perhaps of the world. Then he suddenly shudders as if he's filled with pain. That's it? Maybe it has to do with his device here. I've never seen this kind of thing before. Put the potions underneath this or something. Underneath these, what was it? It was a cure. Cure, invisibility, and that weird multicolored mandrake one. Cure red and invisibility black. Okay. Do I need something there? Empty flask, maybe? I guess there's one right here, isn't there? Vial. Oh. Magic. Magical chemistry. We'll just throw that back in Jana's bag for now. Okay. Well, I could keep going, but it's 4 in the morning, so I better stop. Shit. Oh, I just saved over my save. Oh, man. I should be saving on separate save files, right? Like, what if I didn't make the right potion and I explode Scar Bray again? Well. We'll figure it out then. Everybody, it's been great chilling as always. The epic, dramatic rounds of Ultima. Can't make it any worse, true. Prawn, thanks for coming by. Sweet. All right, you guys all take it easy. I'm going to find somebody to host here. Or raid or whatever it is. Ah, Duke. Duke is playing some late night streaming. I don't know what is Duke playing. He's playing Cotton. I love Cotton. Cotton's a great game. So we'll host Duke, or raid him, I should say. Foamed. Absolutely no problem, man. Y'all take care. We'll catch you for the next Ultima stream. Peace out, everybody.
These Russian dentists make some pretty good dentures. Hot damn. Any similarity between persons living or dead, especially dead, is purely accidental. Yeah, very accidental. Like 1 in a million, maybe.